Okay, welcome you two. This is Billy Vaughn and Eleanor Jordan, and they're friends of mine, and they're both lead with type 9. And I want you to know that Laretha, one of our students, is going to join you on the panel. And Laretha is trying to figure out what type she is, but she initially thought she might be a 9. So she's going to be on the panel with you. And then our other two folks, Kendra and Karen, are going to be observers, and they will turn off their video and their sound audio, so we can just have a little panel together with the three of y'all and me as leader. Do you have any questions about that before we get started, or anything you want to say? Okay, well then, what Karen and Kendra, why don't you all go on and go off screen? And I want to. Oh, Ron, you're in another hour.
Yeah, got it. Got it.
Thank you. Okay. Um, what I don't know if any of you've ever served on a panel or not, and if you haven't, I want to share a little bit that this is the purpose of the panel is to help the learners deeper their learning and knowing about this particular type. And they can see the patterns of their own type if it's reflected for them, or they can learn about the patterns and of other types. And so today we're focusing on the 9 panel. We started yesterday with an 8 panel. So both of these are body type. Um, I'm so excited that you're willing to do this, and I appreciate it very much. I know each of you, and I want you to introduce yourselves to each other before we get started. So, Eleanor, would you tell us 2 things about you?
Two things about me.
Mhm.
Am I okay? Uh, I am a single woman, live alone, and I enjoy that. And the other thing is, I'm very involved in my church. I'm an Episcopalian. I go to my church, and I'm on the vestry.
Wonderful. Thank you, Eleanor. Laretha, you have to turn on your sound and just leave it on.
Okay. I'm Laretha. I'm single as well, live with my mom. I'm very active in my church as well. And I work in a hospital as a birth certificate clerk.
Hmm.
Thank you, Laretha. And Billy?
Uh, and I'm married, and I have 4 grown kids that are scattered, and a bunch of grandkids. I'm also very involved in my church, but probably the other thing I would say is that I've been for the last 4 years the moderator of a group called Signpost, which is work doing anti-racism, beloved community work.
Very important work, Billy. Thank you. Thank all of you and welcome. I want to remind you, just as I know you all know a good bit about the Enneagram, but it's a method for understanding personality that presents 9 distinct types. And it's a unique system for describing personality. It helps develop self awareness, and it helps us learn how to best love ourselves and to love others. It can help us better navigate personal relationships, work relationships, and improve our quality of life and faith. And as you know, each of you represents at this point a type 9. Nines are known as the peacemaker or the mediator. And some characteristics are they're very caring and attentive to others, supportive, they're adaptive and easygoing, inclusive, accepting, non judgmental, steady, calm, receptive, get along to go along to get along, but may later resent it and resist that. Sometimes they forget themselves. They will do what makes a 9 uncomfortable rather than what is important to a 9, and sometimes not even knowing what is important to a 9. Nines contain energy, especially the expression of anger, and may miss opportunities because nines delay making decisions or taking action. And they're very good at self-deprecation. So, having reminded you what nines are like, and of course, you know this very well, let's just take a minute for an inner practice. I want you to close your eyes or soften your eyes. Lean back in your chair, feel your back against the back of the chair, your bottom against the bottom, and your feet on the floor. You can place your hands in your lap and kind of wiggle your fingers and let them relax. You may want to wiggle your toes. And just breathe in deeply and breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Feel your feet's connection to the floor and imagine that they go down through the floor, down to the ground, that you are grounded in your space. You can fully take it up and be yourself. As you feel ready, you can come back and join us in this space. I want to start by asking you to share a story from your life where you have found yourself being particularly adaptive to the wants of others. Can you think of one?
Yes, I can think of my first marriage. I did a
Okay.
lot of adapting and I was very angry.
How did you find yourself adapting, Eleanor?
Well, he was in the Navy and we moved around a lot. And whatever he said, you know, that had to be.
Mm,
And so I had to go along with whatever it was that was, we moved a lot. I left friends but I gained friends also. And it was difficult because I had always been sheltered as a child. And
mhm.
I was 20 when I married him. And so I didn't know about anything. I had been to 3 years of college, but I really didn't understand real life.
Sure.
And so I just learned. And I had a baby right away, 9 months and 11 days after I got married.
Oh
And so
my.
that baby and I grew up together.
Oh my.
And it was, at the time, I thought I was having a wonderful time. Didn't realize how angry I was until many years later.
And what helped you know you had been angry?
Little things would bother me a lot, and I just suffer. And I realized that I did things to sabotage.
Mm. Can
He
you?
accused me once of not drying the clothes completely to make him miserable. And I didn't think that was true, but maybe it may have been.
Oh.
Wet underwear.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So, do you find that you still do that kind of behavior when you're adapting to people?
Usually I speak out.
You've learned to do that.
Yeah.
Good for you. What did
It's
it take to learn to do that?
it's very painful to do that for me.
Is it?
It makes me very tense. And when I get feedback, I it I back off.
Okay.
I crumple easily.
Oh, thank you, Eleanor. Appreciate you sharing that. Billy, do you have any story to tell us about a time you've been particularly adaptive?
Well, hearing Eleanor, I realized, yeah, a major part of adapting for me was in my marriage with Joni, because Joni is an 8 on the Enneagram, very aggressive, and as we often say, she's like the Italian, the woman in the Four Seasons whose husband's, who she keeps saying, "I'm Italian," and I can't help it. What I feel comes out. And I used to always say of Joni, "Yeah, that's you. The emotion goes straight from the head out the mouth." And when we got married, that was rough because I had grown up in a household in which conflict was not out front. And here she was just ready for conflict easily. And in many ways, I was adapting to that. And, for a while, and then she tells the story, and it's a very true story of how she finally got my number. She finally just pressed the last button, and we were in the kitchen, and I had a metal uh, teapot. It was an old metal teapot, and I just flung it across the room. Uh, and it was toward her, but not at her really. But I had just enough control that I threw it to the side, and it, of course, it bent it all. She saved that because she looked at me and started laughing, and it was like, well, finally. And we've often looked back at that and said what a turning point that was in many ways, because for her it was like, I want to know what you're feeling. I can deal with your anger. I, on the other hand, had internalized that things like anger were things that would cause you to move apart. And in this case, because of her laughter, I thought, oh, okay, we can do this. And that led to, a very different relationship between us, in which anger, I realized she welcomed it. And it also helped me then begin to trust that in other relationships as well.
Wonderful. So at first, you were just suppressing your anger. Is that what you were doing?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Were you
yes.
aware of it?
Well, yes. As in many ways she was too. She said, "You go silent." I would go silent with my anger.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I would, I'd act like everything was fine on the surface, but I wasn't really talking to her very much. And so and I was aware of that. And
Okay.
it was almost like, I'll get you back.
Ah,
I get you back with my silence. Uh, this will make you sorry for what you said or whatever it was. And so yeah, I was aware of the anger, uh, but I'm not sure I was aware always of the depth of the anger.
okay.
Um, and it took that and other events for me to get in touch with and welcome in many ways that anger.
Thank you, Billy, for sharing that. Laretha, do you have a story when you've been particularly adaptive?
It's actually something that's happening now. I had to, I have to adapt to being a caretaker um, of my mom.
Okay.
There's always been someone that living with us, and now that it's just she and I have to adapt and adjust to in the decisions that I make and the things that we do. I have to make sure everything is going to be safe for the both of us. So that's something big. And then listening at them and then their stories, I'm kind of thinking, am I angry? You know, uh, because I don't do anything to hurt her or anything like that. But when I say, am I angry? Am I angry because I have to take care of her now.
Mm-hmm.
She feeds herself, she clothes herself, she does all of that, but still just making sure everything else is taken care of. But uh, yeah, that's what I'm adapting to now.
Sure. Being a caretaker or caregiver is a very hard thing to do, even in the best of circumstances.
Yeah,
Good for you for identifying that and for asking the question, am I angry? Am I
yeah,
frustrated by being in this position? Not so much at her, but just being in the position.
right. Because I do have other siblings, and
Hmm.
but it all fell on me. So yeah,
Well, all of you have shared something about your adaptivity, and I love the way each of you have expressed. Some of you've had anger, some of you were aware of the anger, some of you weren't, but you became aware of it more and more as time went on. But it sounds like, at least in two cases, you did things that may have been somewhat passive aggressive, or maybe even aggressive, just to throw a tea kettle, or to keep clothes damp instead of dry. Might have been a passive aggressive thing to do. Very interesting. And that's very much a quality of a nine at times.
Mhm.
Let's turn to another part of being a nine, and that's about being a peacemaker. What role have you played or do you play in being a peacemaker with others or with yourself and others? Anybody can answer when you're ready.
I can,
Sure, Eleanor.
my mother did not like my first husband. And so there was always stress between them. And so I acted as the go between
No, my.
who kept them apart, kept them from getting at it. And uh, it was, she was joyful when I got divorced. And that's sad.
Yeah. How did that feel to you when she was joyful?
Well, I was happy that I was divorced, so went along with it. But
Okay.
she did not like him, and every time we would go visit, there was always some kind of a blow up.
Oh my.
And
And how did you intervene with that to make peace?
well, I would talk to him and calm him down because he'd be angry, and then I'd go and my mother and I would talk, and I'm a listener.
Hmm. Which is another beautiful thing about a nine,
Yeah.
as is the ability to make peace between people. How did you feel about having to be the peacemaker between your mother and your first husband?
Well, it made me sad that they couldn't get along,
Hmm.
and angry too because it was, I was stuck between them.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Eleanor.
well, I would have to refer back to my previous story, being a caretaker. Even though I do have other siblings, um, my sister is married with a family, and we stayed with her for a while before we actually got our own place. But one thing about my mom is she feels like she don't want to be a burden to anybody. She don't want to bother anybody. So I try to make her realize you're not a burden. You're not bothering anybody. We try to get you to do things because to make you feel a part. So as far as being a peacemaker, that's that's it for me. Being the person to agree to take care of her while there are other siblings. That and I've told them, she loves to go out to eat, come and get her, take her out to eat. She loves to do this, come and get her, do this, that. But still, there's not. So
Do they
that's how.
not come into your suggestion?
No. But if we're gonna go out of town, we're gonna do something like that. Now they will give me money, for her for to pay for the trip and stuff like that. But as far as coming to get her to take her out to dinner or take her to the park, wherever. No, they don't do that.
So do you feel like you're a peacemaker between your mother and your siblings?
Yes, because the things that they don't do, I try to do.
Okay. So you make up for what they don't do.
I try to.
How do you feel about that?
And that takes me back to, am I angry?
Okay. Good question to
Uh,
ask.
yeah, but the thing about it is sometimes I am, because there are things that I want to do,
Sure.
but because I want to make sure she's safe and has everything she needs, I don't.
Thank you, Laretha. Billy, what you thinking?
Yeah, um, peacemaking, yes, and a little maybe with a little different angle to it. I think that's why I do the anti-racism work that I'm doing,
Okay.
and that goes way back. There's a long history there, but it the recognition, the relationships and recognition of what has been done, what is being done to people, and not just black and white, but now immigrants and others in this culture, and the uh, that led has led me to work for a less violent and more humane world, and I think that's kind of my some form of peacemaking, and that includes getting folks in groups and hearing each other's stories, trying to get diverse groups of folks together, and especially uh, well, two things I think, especially getting uh, folks who are white to hear the experiences and relationships of those in a such a white dominated society, to hear the stories and experiences, but then also in those same groups to realize that even white people have very different wounds that they're carrying, and that to name those
Mm-hmm.
to is to find a way to liberation that helps us build a more just community. So those are the sort of things that have sort of driven me in terms of peacemaking.
Um, so your peacemaking involves groups of people in some
Mhm.
respects. That's
Often,
interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. Um, and and you kind of feel it sounds like to me, and I've observed this with you, kind of a mission or a calling to help bring people of differences together, like black and white or immigrant communities and others, and understanding each other and hearing each other's stories, like you said.
right. But it includes obviously creating tension. There's the things that we're doing are not just quote unquote, it's not just therapy.
Right.
Um, it is very much getting folks to engage a larger story that creates the tension that we have to then speak to each other about. And so I don't think I've come to realize in my life that peace, it doesn't come without the tension uh, that is so necessary that for us to awaken to the uh, what's happening socially and interpersonally, that those things have to go together.
That's so interesting for a nine because often nines shy away from anything related to conflict. But when you talk about the tension that is grows up as the stories are told, there often can be conflict. How do you feel about that, or how do you address that?
Well, of course, the other part of the story is that I've retired as a United Methodist pastor and also sort of retired from MTS, teaching there. But that work convinced me pretty early that the avoidance of conflict was the avoidance of my calling. It was the avoidance of preaching anything that bothered anybody or
Mm,
And there came a point where I couldn't do that. I
Hmm.
just said, look, I will be pastor to and listen to any parishioner, but I will not, I simply cannot do this work and compromise what I hear as a word spoken to us about beloved community. If I compromise that, I'm lost. And so that's, between the vocation I was in and, uh, I would say, I have to say, I'll quickly add, I felt fortunate in that sense to be married to the person I was married to, an eight, who wanted, she was saying, you need to get this stuff out there. And a lot of times I'm saying to her, you do it. You do that. And it would laugh. And I'd say, I'll do my part. I know what my role is. I'll do my role, whether it's in the pulpit or in groups and so forth. I'm not going to be, uh, to sort of go uh, underneath the table. We're going
Hmm.
to put this out on the table. But there were other things that she'd say, you need to do. I'd say, no, you need to do that. That's not mine.
Well, yes, as we learned yesterday, eights are very big on uh, justice and supporting particular causes. So that sounds like she's encouraged you in this.
He has
Um,
very much.
I think it's interesting that your call to be a pastor and preach and be prophetic has influenced your Enneagram type. Um, and that sounds like a good thing that it's caused you to rise up out of something you might not have been able to otherwise. How does that fit for you? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's right. I mean, I could have still sunk into being a pastor, moving up the Methodist ladder and justifying, keeping the quote unquote, keeping the peace in a congregation in order to, be successful and all that stuff. That also could have happened. It didn't, and I'm really grateful that it didn't, for whatever reasons, marriage circumstance, family I came from, the experiences that just wouldn't let me go that way. But yeah, I do think in the end, the vocation has had a huge impact.
Wonderful. Thank you. I want to ask y'all now about decision making. Um, do you find that you ever put off making decisions? And if that is so, what is it like for you and what happens? What's the result of that, putting off decisions?
I put off making decisions because sometimes it depends on what it is. And if it and sometimes I think, is this something that I really want to do, or am I doing something because someone else wants me to do it?
Okay.
So like I said, basically for me, it just depends on what it is. And if it's something that I really want to do, yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. But sometimes when it's something that someone else wants me to do, a lot of times after the fact, yeah, I am angry because that's not what I wanted to do.
Okay.
And I just did it because either somebody else didn't or wouldn't, or somebody else wanted me to do it.
Okay. So does that suggest that you know ahead of time that somebody that you don't want to do it and you do it anyway, or do you just figure that out as you go?
Sometimes it's figured out as I go. But
Okay.
again, it just depends on what it is. Whether I decide to just go ahead and do it, or just wait and see what's going to happen.
Okay.
Then if nobody else decides, well, hey, I can't because of this, or I won't because this, and then I say, well, okay, I'll just do it.
Okay. So so are you more often to go along and say, okay, I'll just do it?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. Which does sound very nine-like,
Mhm.
very accommodating. Thank you for that, Laretha. Very helpful.
Yeah.
Eleanor, Billy, how about y'all in decision making?
I find I don't make decisions. I
Really?
let things happen.
And how does that work for you?
And not very well sometimes.
Can you give an example of that?
Um, well, one thing, taking care of my car,
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait till the car is desperate, and then I'll take it to my loyal mechanic.
Okay.
But I just put off the decision. I right now need to have my wheels realigned,
Okay.
and I'm wearing out my tires. I know that because I'm driving on this unaligned wheels.
Okay.
So, and I need to do something about it, but I'm just finding other things to do instead.
Well, there you go. That
It's
sounds
not
very
it,
non-like.
it's not life threatening or anything like that.
Sure.
I don't wait. I don't put those things off. I needed to have a heart catheterization. I did that right away.
Okay. So you can make decisions right away when it's important to do that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Eleanor. Billy, what you thinking?
Yeah, um, I'm I'm one of those folks that puts the decisions that I put off are often they're often related to kind of what um, when I really don't want to do something, somebody asks me to do something and I really don't want to do it, I'll say maybe. That's my, I said, I'll think about it, I'll get back to you. And then I'll wait until I can uh, come up with a very good reason to say, no, I don't want to, I can't do that. Not, 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 I don't want to do that, but I can't do that. Oh, something's come up, my schedule's gotten so busy. I just can't. I wish I could,
So you, so
that
you
kind of
kind of
stuff.
let the time go and
Yeah,
then you can't do it, right?
yeah, I can't do it. Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
that's interesting. That's
But I mean,
interesting.
the decisions that are like Eleanor said about decisions about health or really essential things, I'm pretty good uh, at saying, okay, I need to do that and getting on it. But yeah, if there's some resistance in me, I can very quickly, I can very easily let it draw out.
Okay.
And yeah,
Well, and that's not uncommon for nines. Nines kind of like to keep the peace and not make anybody unhappy. So yeah, open-ended. That makes a lot of sense. Um, One of the things that is interesting to me about nines is this thing called narcotization, where you forget yourself sometimes. Does that ever happen to y'all that you forget yourself? You kind of get foggy and fuzzy. At least that's how it's described to me.
yes, that um, my narcotization happens with when I can just phase out, go to Netflix. It's often watching a series, and I like to watch, as strange as it sounds, Korean, uh, shows, and they're often dubbed, but I'll get on a series, and that's my way of phasing out. And
Interesting.
it's even, but I find myself then saying, why did I do that? There's so many good books that I'm sitting here waiting to read. Oh, there's so much stuff that some calls I needed to make, some things that are really important to me, that and it actually feed my soul. And here I am watching, four straight, you know, uh, versions of this series, and episodes. And, uh, I'm glad it's not drugs and alcohol, but Netflix will do.
Wow. That's interesting, Billy. I never would have thought about you as a person who would get onto a TV show and keep watching it or streaming show. That's interesting. Thank you.
I also like West Wing.
West Wing is good.
Third time around, it keeps me from thinking about how bad this latest person is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Eleanor, how about you?
Yeah, I like to knit,
Okay.
and I I don't I make myself not do it all the time.
Okay.
I get my chores done. And usually I have a good evening of sitting and binging something and knitting.
Okay.
And I'm not conscious of anything.
Isn't
Just
that interesting?
zone out.
Just zone out.
Mhm.
Wonderful. That's a really neat way to do it. And you accomplish something while you're zoning out.
Oh
So
yeah.
there you go.
I make mats for out of plastic bags for people that live on the street.
Okay. Good for you. Good for
So
you.
that's a good way of narcotization.
It is. It is. I love that. Thank you. Aretha, does this make sense to you at all?
Yeah, but I can't say I just really just zone out. Well, binge watching TV is one of my things, but I mean, I'm aware of, what's going on, then in the same sense, there are other things that I could be doing or should be doing, but I'm sitting watching TV,
Hmm.
but not really just zoned out.
Well, and other ways of doing that some nines do. I mean, Billy mentioned alcohol can be one. Eating can be one. Just anything that takes your mind off the present, I guess,
Yeah.
and really
Well,
focuses on
eating
the present.
eating could be one of mine as well, because I do find myself, what I call it is stress eating.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
So
I
that
think
that, that could, yeah.
that's a characteristic. Okay, thank you. Well, we've got time for just one more question, and this one, kind of a funny one. How are you stubborn, or are you?
Yes, very.
You are very stubborn.
I
When,
am.
when does that come out?
Um, I have a friend who is likes to argue, and she gets me into the argument, and I can't get out.
Oh gosh,
You know,
that's
I
a terrible position for a nine.
catches me up, and I'm just really at it, and that's how stubborn I am. I could let it go, but I'm just not going to.
Just keep on going, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you.
I would say I am stubborn because my birthday is in May, and as far as that's concerned, that's I'm a Taurus. So with that, yeah, I can be stubborn.
What's an example of when you've been stubborn?
Um, I guess it's been a bunch of times. Even in doing things that I know I should do, but I don't. I really can't think of anything that's a good example of me just being just downright stubborn. Um, I can't think of anything, but yeah, I know I can be
Okay, that's
times.
fair. Thank you. Hey, Billy, what about you?
Yeah, my stubbornness certainly comes out in some relationships at times but I think the primary way for me would probably be in relationship to institutions. Um,
Interesting.
I yeah, I mean, having grown up in and then been a United Methodist uh, pastor and in the system and the bureaucracy and things like that, pretty early on, I just said, uh, I'm not going to go along with the system as it is. I'm not
Mm,
going to go along with, um, and try to do, meet with the district superintendent and have the district superintendent give me some, here's how you'll do well if you'll do this and this and along the way, and committees, church committees and so forth, there came a point where I just said, no, I'm not here for that. And and I've been really stubborn about that. And there have been times where that stubbornness was healthy, and there's been times where it hasn't been healthy at all. And
okay.
I'll be real, there came a point where I realized that of it also meant that I was stubborn about standing up. I was so dismissive of our annual conference and our annual gatherings when everybody seems to be posturing and so forth. And so I would stubbornly not, you know, I just dismissed it and avoided and everything else. But there came a point where I realized that some of that stubbornness was also uh, was not taken seriously, that we have to talk with each other.
Okay.
And and just avoiding posturing isn't enough. You also have to embrace communication. And so at times I've stubbornness has helped me in the institution of not give in, but it's also kept me from communicating when I could and should have.
Mm, interesting. Well, stubbornness is often a quality that nines will exhibit. Um, it's just about time to close, but I wanted to ask you to share, if you would, one thing you like about being a nine, um, that you could share with the students. So anyone can start that. What do you like about being a nine?
Even though I'm not exactly sure that's my number,
Uh-huh.
I like the fact that I was able to relate to a lot of the things the other two are as nines. I like that fact that I can relate to a lot of those traits that they have.
Wonderful. So it's helping you find your way.
Yes.
Thank you.
I like being a nine because I can, in a really bad situation, I can remain calm. It's just inbred. There have been catastrophes where
Hmm.
things were about to happen and it was really bad, but I remained calm.
Okay.
And it's helpful because when I'm doing spiritual direction, people can say anything to me, anything, and I don't react.
Okay. Great. That is a real gift. Thank you
Mm-hmm.
for pointing that out. Billy, what are you thinking of?
Yeah, actually, something very similar. The calmness is one, and it has it's led me to a deeper, um, I don't know what the word is, a uh, deeper way of listening to people, and to taking seriously that every human being is particular with particular histories and stories, and it's helped me listen for stories at a those stories at a deeper level, and I'm grateful for that.
And that's been a real gift to others as well, Billy. So thank you for pointing that out. Well, I'm certainly glad y'all are all nines, and Laretha, think you might be. And I've appreciated so much from all of you, and the calmness and the ability to let things fall into place instead of pushing them has been a real gift to me. So I appreciate you nines, and I want you to know that. And I thank you both so much for being a part of this panel. And I hope you'll let me call on you again at another time.
Yeah.
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all can go on and sign off if you want to.
Okay.
And will you stay on, Laretha? And I want to invite Karen and Kendra to come back. Yeah,
I'm having trouble signing off.
that's all right. Take your time. Sometimes it's hard to find.
Can you tell me where to look for it?
It's usually at the bottom. On the far right on mine it is. It says end. There you go. Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Laretha. That was a really lovely experience. Um, what do y'all think went well, those of you who were observing?
Definitely could sense just kind of a little calmness and peace.
I agree. Um, but there was something Laretha said toward the end that I thought was really good. She said that she likes that she could relate to the different traits.
Hmm.
And, my husband is a nine, so I know that one of their traits is being able to relate and see the different sides of people. And so I thought that was really interesting that she noticed that about herself.
Great. What did you think went well, Laretha?
The whole conversation.
Okay.
Um, and I guess I just have to say, just being able to relate and to listen and to hear, even though we are all from different walks of life, there's still a lot of similarities.
Hmm. Yeah, that's
So,
very fascinating, isn't it? That people
yes.
can come from very different places and be very, very similar in these kinds of ways.
Mm, yes.
So, what did you learn about nines as you observed this panel or participated, Laretha?
Um, with some interesting, there's some interesting people. Uh, when you really look at all the different things that as you do, when you're talking about being stubborn, when you're talking about um, going along to getting along, and when you're talking about being all the different things, um, it's yeah, it's very interesting because, like I said, even with the other numbers as well, when it all boils down, you have to realize as the person within yourself
Hmm.
what's going to really make you happy. What is it that you really want? So I'm trying to learn a lot of a, a lot of different things. And with this Enneagram is something really, it's the first time I really heard of it. Is
Sure.
with this. So it's really opening my eyes and making me want to know more about it. Not just me as a person, but the whole thing the system as a whole. So
Sure.
I just
Good.
want to be able to see where I fit in it, and then when it all boils down, if I don't fit in it, it's okay. but somewhere down the line, I know I will fit in it somewhere.
Sure, of course. Karen, Kendra, what have y'all learned about nines?
Well, one thing for me, which is a huge eye opener, is that sometimes they don't realize that they're being passive aggressive or that they're uh, sabotaging or what's the other word she said? But basically, they don't real being passive aggressive. They don't realize that they're doing
Right.
that,
It's not like they
and
think it
that's
through.
right. Yes, and that's gonna be huge for me as going forward with my husband because a lot of times I think, oh my gosh, you are literally doing this to annoy me. Like you are intentionally trying to make things difficult for me because in my mind it didn't make sense. But to hear somebody say that they were doing those things and not realizing it is helping me because we all have things that we do that we don't
Sure.
realize we're doing and we don't realize how it's perceived by others. And so that was a huge eye opener for me.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you.
So I think the thing that I learned is I don't know what that word was that you used, started with the N.
Narcotization.
Narcotization. Yeah, that was new. So I guess is like they just try and escape,
Zone out. Yep.
zone out,
Mhm.
escape. Um, whether it's the world, world conflict, just the world itself, or just so. Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
That was new to you. That's interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating about eights, really. I mean, nines. They really do kind of have this way of letting go of the world, and it can be constructive, but it can also be destructive. So it just depends on how they live that out. Um, I think when we listen to panels and watch panels, we learn about ourselves too. So, what have you learned about yourself from nines as you've sat through this time of paneling?
Well, one thing that happened while I was listening is that it confirmed my answer to Karen's question when we started was about which wing I lean toward.
Okay,
And so in this season, I'm definitely leaning more toward my nine because I'm able to hear and understand different people's perspectives, see where they're coming from. I have been getting to a place where I've been zoning out more just to not deal with the heaviness of so many
ah,
things that I carry. And and what was another thing? But yeah, so yeah, I'm noticing that for myself that I'm leaning nine in this season, which has been helpful to calm my nervous system down and help me do things like keep my blood pressure under control and things like that. Um, so yeah, so that's the answer to the question.
great, thank you. Um, what about either of you, Aretha or Karen?
Well, my thing is I'm still learning. So um yeah, I'm still learning.
Okay,
Uh,
just in general,
yeah,
lots of things, new things. Okay,
yes.
I don't know if it really came out as something for me. I guess like you kind of thing. I'm pretty laid back, and um, so that would tie in a little bit to the nine. But a question that came to my mind was, how do you coach someone who is a nine? So I have, I talked about these grandsons, and he's 18, and I'm pretty sure he's a nine. So
interesting.
how do you coach someone to make a decision, career wise, and or just even motivated, to be motivated to finish tasks or that kind of thing. So yeah.
Boy, that's a great question. Because motivating and um, deciding things is not an easy process usually for a 9. And if you push them, they get resistant, and then that doesn't help. Um, if you give them more information, they take it all in, but they still don't know how to make a decision sometimes. So that is a quandary. That's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
I've definitely seen some of the stubbornness, when like if there's something he doesn't want to do, yeah. And the passive aggressive or stubbornness, yeah.
Wow. Well, I guess what I wanted to finally ask you is what would you have changed about the panel? Can you think of anything?
Don't have any changes for the panels as they're functioning now because I like the way we're able to just hear the uninterrupted insights from the
Okay.
different numbers. But an idea for a future panel would be to have a representative from each number look at different situations and discuss how they would respond to them. I think that would be
That
interesting.
would be interesting. That's a great idea. Thank you.
This, and again, this may be a suggestion, or at the end, if we could ask them a question. I don't know.
Okay. Um, that's an interesting thought. Okay. I'll consider that. Great. Okay. Well, we're going to take a break until 11. So you've got 35 minutes. And we'll come back and we'll center and prepare for our third panel, which is type 2s. Okay? All right. Enjoy your time.
Hi, Stephanie. Period. It's 11:30 here, 10:30 there, I guess. What's the right time for me to join? Public going 12:30.
Well, I guess it's okay to go on and to at least say that we are excited about this two panel that we're going to share in. And the students are not twos, although there might be one who is a two. She's still discerning her type. And Kendra is an eight, and Karen is an eight, and Laretha thought she might be a nine, but she might be a two, but she might be a five. So we're still learning. So there you go. And Amy is a friend with Eleanor, who was on in the earlier panel. And she's how Amy came to be with us today, and I'm grateful for that. And then Ron's a friend from years back and has been um, a Methodist pastor and a therapist. So he brings a lot of expertise to us, as well as his own personality and his own description of how he interacts in the world.
Which happens to be that cheery too.
That cheery too. um, Karen, why don't you tell us one thing about yourself other than your name?
I like working with people who have been impacted by incarceration.
Pretty powerful. And all three are students working on their certificate in spiritual direction. I should say that. Kendra, tell us something about you.
Um, I have 9 grandchildren.
Wow. Every time you say that, it just seems like they grow.
I have
Seems
two
like
at
a lot of
home, but
birthdays to remember.
yes,
It
I have
is.
two at home with me, but then we have 7 other ones by
Okay.
my husband's children.
Okay.
Grandmothers can be very, very important, that's for sure.
And then Laretha, tell us something about you.
I don't have any kids of my own, but I have 5 godchildren.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Special relationship.
Yes.
Welcome, Joy.
Hey.
Joy's the next panelist, and she's also a two, and she's on her lunch break, so we appreciate her being with us. She's a spiritual director and a therapist. So that Ron is also a therapist, or has we retired now, but I think once a therapist, always a therapist. I don't know.
There's a little bit of that. It's like being a pastor or some of the other things. Probably like being a two, too.
Yep,
Of a type.
probably like. And we're waiting on Mary Jane. She'll be with us as soon as she can. She is from Little Rock, not in part of Memphis, although Ron is not in Memphis either. Ron is in Tellico Village now in the Knoxville area.
Knoxville.
But Mary Jane is a spiritual director and a Methodist pastor. Here she comes.
Stephanie, it would also help me to kind of know where we are in the curriculum or the class, the flow of the conversation with the group, I guess.
Sure, I will be glad to tell you that. We have gone over all the types. Welcome, Mary Jane. We have had panels on eights and nines. Today we're having twos and fives. We are trying to hit everybody's type that's in the class, as well as go into the other head type and heart type, which are not part of the class at least we don't think so at this point. Mary
I
Jane,
got it.
welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm a couple of minutes late.
No problem. We knew that you were coming from an appointment.
Thank you.
So I'm going to now invite the students to go on and turn off their video and their audio. They're going to be the observers. And because you all don't know each other, I thought it might be helpful to start with each of us sharing two things about ourselves. I have a connection with each of you, but I don't know Amy as well as I know the rest of you. But I'm a Presbyterian minister and spiritual director, and I'm fortunate enough to teach at MTS and work with the students in their certification as spiritual directors, which all these students are part of that program. Amy, would you share?
Yes, I live in
Could
Memphis.
you turn up a little bit?
Let me see if I know how.
Yeah, that's always a challenge, isn't it?
Audio settings, input volume.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
And output volume. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was waiting for the prompt to check those, but they didn't pop up. So I was like, well, we'll just wing it. I am living in Memphis. I am leading with a type 2 with a secondary 1 with a self-preservation wing or subtype. And very, very enthusiastic about Enneagram. It's been a great teacher for me
Great.
in my relationships, and I am just a seeker of bettering relationships and my part in them. Um, I am a lover of singing and learning to play the ukulele. And yeah, right now in this season of my life, we are downsizing from like a 3,000 square foot home down to a 1,000 square
Oh
foot
my,
apartment.
that's
And so
huge change.
been lots of layers of onions and so forth.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's been key for me to have like a small space here that's calm and doesn't look like a storage unit. So
Gotcha. Well, we're glad you're here, Amy. Thank you. Ron, would you tell us
That's
several
great.
things about you?
That's great. I'm more than a year into being here in a retirement community, but I just got a few pictures on the wall so I can sympathize with that transition, that transition time. But it's been great. But I'm also looking forward to hopefully another long period in this season. I am coming from the United Methodist pastor background, hooked up with a nice Methodist church here, involved in some things. Got to pick up the Enneagram along the way in my own helping relationships. Got really interested in it. Have a lot of history in sort of psychological testing per se, and so it was interesting to me to kind of learn how this compares to other theory, kind of academic theories of personality and psychometrics and such. But personally, I've enjoyed it a bunch. So it's a part of my own kind of spiritual life now, and it helps me orient, the way that I think about my own personal growth. So
Wonderful. Thank you. Joy?
Good afternoon. Nice to be here.
Thank you.
I've been married 30 years. I have two adult children, and I'm very close with my family. We have family dinners once a week with brothers and different people in town. I've been a licensed clinical social worker for the last 11, 12 years practicing, mostly counseling. And now I'm doing that part time and now moving into more the nonprofit space, creating a urban retreat center. And my passion is Christian contemplation. I'm about to take vows to be a lay Cistercian and trying to balance the active and contemplative life. And hopefully, I'm a 2 with a 3 wing. I was very, very unhealthy too when I first got married 30 years ago. So I've come a long way. So maybe I can speak into that a little.
Great. Thank you. Mary
Mhm.
Jane?
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for the invitation to join you today. I am Mary Jane Cole. I live in Little Rock, Arkansas. I am also a United Methodist clergy person and a spiritual director. I currently serve in a very small role as spiritual director in residence at my home church, where I served as an associate many years ago. Very, very grateful to be here. I must say there's a little construction outside my door. I hope that doesn't interfere, but apologies in advance for that. I've been married for almost 25 years, have two grown bonus children and two wonderful grandchildren. I am deeply passionate about the Enneagram. I've been a student of it for many years, and it has been transformational in my life in every single way. And so it's a tool for which I am immensely grateful, and always grateful to be with others who share the love and joy of what the Enneagram can bring to us. So
Thank you. I'm so delighted to have all of you here today to share about being a two and help our students learn. I know you know this, but the Enneagram is a method of understanding personality that represents 9 distinct personality types. We develop self-awareness through understanding this system, and we learn how to best love ourselves and others if we begin to delve into the Enneagram. It can also help us better navigate personal relationships and work relationships, and can improve the quality of life and faith. So, to remind you of some of the characteristics of twos, the big thing we all know is that our priority is to meet the needs of others and make connections through those successful relationships. We are always attentive to other people's needs and feelings and often neglect our own. And I'm a two as well, although I will be leading the panel. Our strengths are intuition and the ability to know and meet others' needs. We enjoy making people happy. We can be good leaders and we can be good support people. So that's an interesting thing about our type, I think. Twos can become martyr-like and resentful, particularly if someone does not receive what we have to offer. We're unaware of our own needs often and can burn out over time. And our value may be contingent upon the help we can offer other people. So to prepare for this, I just want to give you a moment to kind of sit back in your chair and put your feet flat on the floor and your hands in your lap. And just close your eyes or soften your gaze and relax into your chair. Feel your back against the back of the chair, your feet strongly on the floor. Stretch your hands out. Stretch your ankles. And as you set your feet down, imagine that they are planted and that they go deep into not just the floor, but the ground below, and that you are solidly planted in place. You're grounded, present, and ready to talk. When you feel ready to share, please open your eyes and come back. This is going to be very simple. I'm just going to ask questions, and I want each of you to respond honestly. And my first question is, what is a story about a time in your life that you paid such attention to the needs of others that you overlooked your own needs? And anyone can start when you feel ready.
I guess I would just start in sort of being involved and helping work as a pastor, as a counselor for most of my working life. To me, that feels like a fairly natural orientation. How's the church doing? How's the organization doing? How are the people working in the church? Members of the church, how are they doing? It's very natural for me to go to that as a first place. Ratchet that back a little bit. My own visibility in that really doesn't necessarily come into the fore for a while. And so I may not pay much attention to that until I start having some symptoms that may indicate I'm not doing the self-care things as much as I can. So
what kind of
attuning to other
symptoms
folks, not paying too much
come to the
attention
fore?
till some problems come up. And then I go, well, feeling
Like
a
what
little
kind
burned
of
out here.
problems come up, Brian?
Things that I would notice outside of my average level of development. I might not sleep as well. I might have an anxiety dream. I might feel more need to eat emotional comfort food. I
Okay.
might be more irritable with other people rather than being my usual helpful. So those would be a little more on my unhealthy side.
Okay. Thank you. Very, very helpful. Who'll go next? Sure, Joy. Sorry, Amy.
Oh, okay. Um, just one common scenario is the around we have to go somewhere, my partner, myself, and there's a time limit and we have to be there. And um, there's lots of things that I need to do for that. I have a chronic illness that I'm working on reversing. And so there are a lot of things that are needed to go with me on any sort of excursion. And I will sort of downplay that and feel like that's a burden to my partner and so I don't speak up for I need more time. I need you to give me some quiet as I prepare for these things for myself. And so on occasions that has just built up and built up and built up and built up until I hear the phrase, when are you going to be ready to go? And then erupt into just leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just no good for anyone. So just learning to notice what my needs are, to understand what they are, to
Mm-hmm.
realize I have them has been crucial.
How have you been able to do that, to recognize your own needs?
I'd say, well, research, learning, and most recently, just kind of listening to my body physically,
Okay.
because it was already said symptoms will come up, and it's sort of magical how they do. Um, and so when I think that I'm getting to the root of the situation,
Mm-hmm.
my body will start to relax. And
Interesting.
yes, and if I'm sort of missing part of that, like I don't quite have it dialed in yet, I will tense back up a little bit more.
Hmm.
So that's an indicator for me to keep going to intuition, going inside.
Good for you. Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
I think you had your hand up, Mary Jane.
Thank you. I just somewhat of a intersection with Ron. When I was a full-time associate pastor, I overextended myself in trying to meet the needs of everyone, family, ministry, congregation, responsibilities, and burned out. But it was during that time that I discovered I had a heart health issue. I have an electrical issue.
Mm.
And it emerged during that time. I had it before, but it really showed up. And so since then, many years later, I have noticed that it tends to uh, show up when I am not paying attention to my own needs and absorbed in the needs of others. When I have said yes to something I really in my body wanted to say no to,
Mm-hmm.
my heart lets me know. And I don't want that to happen. It's very frightening and unpleasant. And so it's been a frequent reminder.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joy?
So many times. But I was just thinking, for years and years and years, my birthday especially, and Mother's Days and just different events. Um, I would go in just taking care of everybody, ignoring my needs, not even thinking about, what do I want for myself this birthday, or what's most important for me this Christmas. You know, never, I mean, pretty much acting like I didn't have needs.
Mm.
And then I would get to the day and go into depression. Even just days after, be like so confused, like so not aware of my needs, like that it was ridiculous. And now over time, I've gotten where it feels healthier because you want to get to the first. You have to admit you have needs, then you have to tell people about it because they can't read your mind. And then you realize that you can meet most of your needs, and or God can. And when other people do, it's just gravy and it's wonderful and it's like, you know, and then you realize, layer upon layer, about your needs change and you need less, you know. So I really enjoy my birthdays now and I enjoy the holidays, but I can still get into patterns where I overextend. I'm
Mm-hmm.
overly in tune with other people and not myself. And then I'll be like, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's a good example, but
Yeah, it's very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you.
Mhm.
One of the things that twos are known for is their intuition. How would you describe your intuition? Anybody can go.
I'll go.
Okay, thank you.
Um, I'm I'm very intuitive. Like I pick up on things that a lot of people don't, which is really great for counseling. But I'll be with my husband and something has shifted. Somebody said something, somebody didn't respond. I saw what happened on someone's face, and
Mm,
it's just like plain as day, but nobody's reading the room. Nobody's picking up on the shifts that are happening. Um, so yeah, I feel like, yeah, it's a natural
so
thing.
when you pick up on those shifts, what do you do? How do you respond?
Well, I used to have a knee-jerk response to try to fix things,
Mm,
you know, but now I'm slowing down, I'm breathing, I'm noticing not having to jump in and fix.
okay.
I think the more I realize I'm not God.
Mm.
Enneagram 2, I struggled that I had pride. I couldn't see it, because I'm just
Yeah.
trying to help people. But no, how do I know what people need? I'm not God. How do I even know? I can breathe. I can listen to God. I can wait, and then if it's appropriate for me to do something, then I can act.
Good for you. That's a lot of growth. Thank you. How about others of you? Intuition.
I think to follow up on Joy's comment, I would start out thinking I probably have some sort of average intuition uh, uh, per se, but the way that I sort of act out that probably has changed over time.
Okay.
Maybe in the beginning, I would sort of naturally see something happening in the room, or I would see something happening in the room, and perhaps imagine other people were seeing it, perhaps imagine I needed to do something about it in my mind, or whatever I imagined was going on. I think probably over time that's kind of shifted to um, paying a lot of attention to what I think, whatever I'm apprehending, whatever we want to call intuition, but then feeling like there's now lots of choices about what we might decide to kind of do with that. And
Mm,
and much more willingness to say that could be somebody else's job as well as mine. Is this really something I'm interested in taking on right now? Um, but I would also say that two-ness of kind of getting on out there, I'm still okay most of the time taking a step or two and seeing if someone's interested in a conversation or agrees with my perception or apprehension or whatever we want to call it. So that's still a pretty big part. I pretty interpersonal in that way.
sure.
After that, we may have some options.
Thank you.
So for me,
Go ahead, Amy.
I feel like there's like two sides of this. There's an intuition of like reading the room, like we've spoken about, but for the intention of protection. Are these people safe? Is this situation safe? What's the worst thing that could happen here? I can imagine it.
Wow.
Um, and I think maybe that twos being other focused maybe can hone in on that much more easily than other types. But I think that what I've been working on and trying to get more in touch with is my own personal intuition. I have a friend who is an intuitive, you would say, and she says that every single person on the planet has intuition. It's just whether or not they're able to tap into it, get in touch with it, and practice with it. And so, where was I going with that? Yeah, so a few things would happen when I was studying with her, and I would be listening to a talk, like a pre-recorded talk, and I would hear somebody say things and they would pause, and then my brain would just kind of pick up on a word. And when they began to speak again, it would be the exact same word.
Ah.
And it was a strange word, svelte. Who uses that word?
Right.
And so I asked this person, I said, could that be my natural intuition sort of trying to get in touch with me because I've ignored it forever? And she said, absolutely. And so now I use the practice of because I'm a thinker, I'm very, even though we're heart-centered, protection makes me want to analyze everything. So what I will do is just, the monkey mind, I will just try to focus on, we'll be grounded like what we did. And then I will also just sort of, just to give the monkey mind something to do, I will focus on breath, inhale, exhale, in, out, that sort of thing. And usually there'll be a pop, like a very odd word or something will come out. And the stranger it is, usually the more accurate it can be.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then I have the choice. Okay. Is that something I'm willing to go and do? How scary is that path going to be? And so I'm learning that, maybe I can have some more gentle courage to follow this guidance.
Sure.
Because if I don't, again, my body will let me know that that's, ignoring that is not the best for me. So that's my experience. You're welcome.
Very helpful. Mary Jane?
I have come to describe my intuition as energy, some form of energy that I pick up on or sense, whether it be from an individual or the energy of a room. And I just experience it that way. And even in spaces, one small example, when my husband and I were de-Christmasing our house over the weekend. Um, he suggested a rearrangement of some furniture or putting something here or there. And I immediately had this sense or intuition that would block some sort of, you can't do that. That would be wrong. So it is spatial for me, and it is also relational. It is not always spot on, but it, that's just how I have been experiencing it, whether it's I have a knowing of something or have a sense that something is off with another person or they're having experience. But much like others have shared, it's this sense of also I feel something about a situation or a person, and then I want to do something about that to either fix it, make it better, manage it, manipulate it. And that's been the journey of trying to cease doing that and asking myself, is this situation have my name on it to be a part of or to repair? Most often the answer is no.
Interesting.
So,
Well, and you bring up a good point, the pause and thinking, and several of you've kind of referred to this, and then making a decision about how you're going to, if you're going to give or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that shows a lot of growth, maturity for it too. That's our growing edge for sure. Have you ever experienced burnout in your life, any of you?
Oh, definitely. I think I mentioned earlier, I definitely experienced burnout when I was a full-time associate pastor. Just completely drained of every ounce of energy, physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, uh, to the detriment of my own health and well-being.
How long did it take you to recover?
Oh gosh, how long did it take me to recover? I mean, probably I would say maybe a year or so, because it was the catalyst to my discernment that I probably needed to move on from the role I was in to something different, and had already engaged in spiritual direction training. And so I spent about a year in discernment of what was next. And
so it offered you an option, a new option that has brought life to you.
Yeah. But there are still remnants of it, still a little PTSD of what that feels like and looks like. And, sometimes it still lives a little bit in my body. When I overextend myself, my body reminds me, my spirit reminds me in some ways.
That's fascinating. And that's really a good thing, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
Gives you clues.
Yes, absolutely.
I guess I would add the surprise to the times where, in retrospect, I was burned out, because I kept saying to myself, I like what I'm doing. This is fun. Fits my personality. How could I get tired of doing this when I like sort of doing this such as I do? But I love the sort of the rocket analogy of the burnout, that there are times where we run out of fuel. And if I'm not that attuned to my own needs, or if the situation is pretty demanding, maybe more than average demanding, then I can, like anybody else, and I'm not super sensitive to my needs or my own self-care. All of those kind of confounding factors can lead to a situation where, to my surprise, I wake up and I'm grumpy and irritable and don't have as much energy for going into the office or treating people, my friends, whatever, not so well. And it takes me a while to catch up to, a pretty good while to catch up to that bodily wisdom that maybe there is a symptom, there is a sign here. So I would just emphasize that I wasn't really thinking of myself as a person who could burn out very much, because I loved what I was doing and I loved the people I was working with. But I could, obviously.
Yeah. Thank you, Ron. Joy, you nodded when you heard the question.
Yeah, I was thinking of all the different times I've been burned out, but just to make it interesting for your students, I had a huge burnout 7 years into my marriage over a Thanksgiving holiday where we were redoing the house. And our kids were little, and I was still trying to, was jumping over into the kitchen because we were redoing the floors, and still trying to make everything, to amazing for everybody. And I had spent the first 7 years of my marriage trying to please my husband, and apparently he just was not having any of it. I was trying to make him happy, and that's not my job, and I was trying to get certain responses from him, and I was trying to get him, I was manipulating him. I didn't realize it at the time. Just trying to know I was loved, and doing everything to get the responses that I need to fill myself up. And that Thanksgiving, I remember shouting at the top of my lungs, this is totally out of character. and just saying, I can't do this anymore. You know, when a Enneagram 2 is in stress, they go to an 8, which is a really scary, horrible thing to witness. And my husband was completely freaked out about that. You know what I mean? I freaked everybody out, including myself. But it was a necessary burnout. It was a necessary coming to the end of myself, so that I could finally go to God instead of trying to get from other people what I can only get from God, which is that deep security of being loved by God. And it was to the point where I had fallen out of love with my husband. Like I had really come to the end, like the end of me trying to get that. And we were able to come out of that, um, and mostly it was me, you know? So, yeah, that was a huge, crazy time. And it took me probably a year of a lot of soul searching and prayer and counsel, to get to a place where I was healthier. But it started me on the journey to be getting really healthy.
It's
I would
so
add,
ironic,
appreciate
isn't it?
Joy's
Go ahead.
vulnerability there. I would add that I'm an achievement wing, so I kind of I did want to achieve certain things in these relationships where I was helping, but I was mostly unconscious of that. So I was not as aware that I was trying to manipulate certain things. So part of the burnout was not getting the responses from other folks or other
Yeah.
types, as you imagine. And then the flip side of that was if he just kind of, once I recognized, oh yeah, I am manipulative, or I'm trying to get something out of here, like I want the best sermon ever, the best counseling session ever, or whatever. The other side of that is that folks are, they're nurturing too, and I have some issues in letting that care be received. It may not be the care I was trying to get from somebody else, but just being open to how people are willing to listen or take time or support, because folks are social and they're offering parts of themselves that I wasn't even seeing and registering as care until I kind of stopped and said, oh, no, people do have lots of ways they love. And so we can be open to that in addition to the love of God, the love of family, the love of friends, love of colleagues.
Thank you, Ron, for adding to that. I was thinking about what you said, Joy, and it's an irony for twos. They give and give and give, and then all of a sudden they're depleted and need someone to give to them, and never realize all along that they've needed the giving. It's just, it's part of the pattern, I guess. And how true it is that when we come to that place where we can't do it anymore, that burnout, that we have this freedom to grow. We learn that we can't do that anymore. Powerful. Amy, what are you thinking about?
Well, I'm glad you brought this up. I am very much in the depths of working through this burnout situation.
Oh.
And I wouldn't have called it that until my husband and I were reading a book on self-compassion by, her last name is Neff, I can't remember. And I saw that she had written one, Self-Compassion for Burnout. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because what Joy was describing about the outburst during the holiday, I describe that as an eruption, just like my just leave me alone. And I bought this t-shirt some years before knowing about the Enneagram, and I'd like to share it with y'all if I could. It says, I'm an odd combination of really sweet and don't mess with me. And I'm like, okay, a quiet holding back 2 goes to unhealthy 8. So, yeah, I think learning what my needs are, speaking up for my needs to myself first, um, to spiritual source, and to the source within, the intuition within. Um, it's something that I'm working on daily, hourly, to be honest.
Well, I think if we're all honest, we do that. We have to do that. It isn't something that comes naturally. Does take work.
I do think the Enneagram, though, kind of helps us. I love the T-shirt. That's great. But the Enneagram kind of alerts us, or alerts me to when I am feeling more aggressive than usual. When I'm, the assertiveness is moving more toward something with an edge to it. What might be kind of going on, in this sort of stressful time. And, yeah, maybe the message is let's think about some self-care and some self-nurture and opening up in some other ways as compared to trying to, in some sort of assertive slash angry way, get something out of somebody else that,
Oh, thank you. Well, there's one thing that's very interesting to me about twos, and that is we can be either support persons or we can be leaders. And I wanted to hear what your experience was in either role or both roles. And we've just got a few minutes left, so if each of you could just take a moment to share a little bit. Who has a thought to start with?
I never really look at myself as a leader. My husband's a manager, and I just don't ever want to do that. But if I think about it, if it's something that I'm passionate about, that I would like to share with somebody who now I'm learning I don't need to push off onto people, but if they are interested in learning about something, I can find myself that I do sort of do some leadership with that.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm getting there.
Thank you.
I think I relate to what Amy said. I experience myself as far more comfortable as a support person. And in fact, in the small role that I have here at the church, I kind of am that. I'm very comfortable with that. But I do can lean into leadership, just very much as Amy said, if it's something that I'm passionate about, facilitating or teaching a class in some area that I deeply love and feel that I have something to offer. But in general, supervising, if it's in a role of supervising people or managing this or that, I'm much more comfortable being a support person in general.
Interesting. Thank you.
Stephanie, I guess my first thought is that I enjoy both of those kind of roles in some sort of equivalent way, but it's kind of clarifying in my mind to sort of discern which role I'm going to play in any kind of given situation. In other words, I'm very happy supporting the pastor, the leader, or whatever. If I'm going into a situation and they're doing that, maybe I'll invite them out to lunch. Like Amy was talking about, that I feel it's maybe doing a two move. They're feeling a little burdened by their leadership. That feels very rewarding to me to support another person's leadership. It also feels comfortable with me just to kind of take that role, and especially if I see that's not really happening, or in my imagination that's not really happening, and that's a gratifying role too. Kind of put yourself out there and say, this is the direction I think we need to go. But to be able to be very open and collegial, that this is not about ego and narcissism so much as it is about, our community or our organization. So that's my first thought. Both of these are comfortable roles to play. My job is to kind of figure out which one I'm playing in any given time.
Thank you.
I think I agree with Ron in that I view leadership and support role very similarly. It's a need that needs to be filled. If nobody else is going to do it, I'll do it, and I'm not out there looking to lead, but again, if it's something I really love, and honestly, I see it, even the leadership, as a support role. So
Thanks.
That's
I,
good.
yeah, that's how I'm looking at it.
They
And
converge.
yeah, they do. They really do. So, and with intuition and um, get up and go and energy and all the things that at least I have, I think that's probably a two thing that like I'll do it, you know. Um,
Generous.
yeah, generous. Yeah. So that's how I kind of view leadership roles and yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you sharing and what insight you've given us into being a two, the need to meet others' needs, the need to be loved, um, the intuition that is a gift and is used in a variety of ways with all of us. Um, Burnout kind of being a crisis that brings us into caring better for ourselves, and really kind of enjoying and exploring both leadership and support roles. Lots of good things about twos. Is there any final thing you'd like to say to the students before we close?
I'm excited for them to be on the journey, and I'm very optimistic that this experience in January is going to be good for their growth wherever they're starting from.
Thank you. Anybody else?
And just thank you for letting me be a part.
Of course. It's been a
Thanks for
delight.
being on the panel. Good to be with all of you all.
Well, thank you all. And I'm going to invite the
Thank
students
you.
back, and you all can go at any time. You're ready to take your video off, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much. Bye
Thank you
bye.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There we are. Okay, what went well with that panel?
They all seem like a bunch of happy people.
They've come to that, haven't they? They've all are. I think they want others to be happy, and they've learned to be happy too.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's an important observation. What else
Yeah,
went well?
they're all just really nice and really focused on other people. Yeah.
I think another thing that went well was that I think they had space to explore those burnout moments
Mm-hmm.
that we don't usually like to talk about, but they seem to have a healthy perspective of it.
Uh-huh. They did, didn't they? So what did you learn about twos as we went through the panel that maybe you either knew or hadn't um, thought of for a while?
Well, I think of like in coaching a two who may be entering into a leadership position. So I guess, helping them, I don't know if it's helpful to have them have a plan to prevent burnout or, I don't know what, because that seems to be like that's a natural
Mm-hmm.
um, trap, I guess, that they can fall into. And so um, kind of being proactive in that, protecting from burnout. Um, I thought too, just the whole phrase of "I'll do it." Again, I think, again, for people that I work with or whatever, it's like protecting them from themselves, like because again, we're the worst of us and the best of us kind of thing. And so, being careful not to just say, let them do it kind of thing. So, yeah.
That goes along with how hard it is for twos to say no. They're quick to say yes, and it's hard for them to say no. So in coaching, I would think that would help them develop the capacity to say no to things.
It was interesting to see the number of times they use the word manipulate.
Yeah.
Uh, I knew that was part of the one of the underlying traits, but yeah, yeah, I hadn't really thought about how often that is the motive.
Well, the motive is really to get love, to get response of love. So sometimes when they're not healthy, a two will manipulate things so that they can get that response. And if they don't get it, they may go to their eight, as several people shared. Not that eights are always like that, but that's our worst characteristic when twos get really angry and sort of out of control, really. Um,
Yeah, that's when they go to the unhealthy side of eight.
unhealthy eight, right?
Yeah.
Now, I appreciate that. I forgot which one said that they go to the unhealthy side
Mm-hmm.
instead of
Mm-hmm.
saying just the eight in general.
Right, and that was a
Eights
good
get a
thing.
bad name.
Good point. Laretha, what are you thinking?
That they both were same, well, all of them seemed like it didn't matter if they were in the leadership role
Mm-hmm.
or as the support person. So,
Right.
and that's kind of the way I am, being even though I am in the leadership role, but I don't mind being the support person.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, that's sometimes I find it to be my safe space, being the support person.
Good. Yeah, I think that's interesting about twos. They don't have to have the limelight.
Right.
So, what did you learn about yourself as you went through this panel?
There were some, like I said, there are some similarities there as well. The leadership and the support person. Um, I when you're talking about being manipulate, I can't say the word manipulate.
Manipulative. Is that what you
Yeah,
mean? Okay.
yeah, I guess I do it and not aware that I do it. So, um, the most part that I can relate to is the leadership and the support person part. Um, yeah, that's a big similarity for me in that number.
It was so interesting to me when Joy was talking about her kind of burnout meltdown at Thanksgiving that she always tried so hard to make everything work for everybody else. And it all just came tumbling down on her. And and part of what I think she realized, maybe not at that moment, but over time following that, was how much she needed to be affirmed.
Mm,
But yet she couldn't ask for that. So she kept giving and giving and giving, trying to get affirmed, which is manipulative, but
yeah,
not obviously manipulative to the person.
right, right. So I guess I do that, and but it's not obvious to the person, and it's not obvious to me, but that's really what I want is the to be affirmed.
Of course. Of course, that's what a two wants. It's just it gets out of hand and they don't get much of what they need if they give all the time. If they don't learn
Right.
to say that no that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. It is hard to say no.
Well, one thing that stood out to me was in Joy's story. When you typed to me, you said that my second number was two,
Mm-hmm.
and Joy's story kind of solidified that for me because I was like, no, I'm not a two in any kind of way. Yeah, that's what I was kind of shoo-shooing off being a two. But for most of our marriage up until what the last year or so, I was like trying to please, please, please my husband because he's a nine, so he doesn't show much emotion or affection and things like that. So I would try to please him, please him to elicit a response from him.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would get mad, and that's when he would respond. And I didn't realize until last year, like it felt manipulative to me.
Mm-hmm.
Manipulative to me. I thought, well, I don't want him to respond just because I'm mad.
Right.
So I had to tell him, yeah, it's okay, let me be upset. It's fine. Don't try to fix it and give me what I want now if you
Right.
couldn't have done it without me getting upset. So just that need for, like I said, affirmation and being shown love and cared for stood out to me.
Cool. Thank you.
I think too, I can't remember the woman's name, but who shared the meltdown, and but she did identify that her husband can't meet that deepest need of feeling
Yes.
loved, and that can only be met through relationship with Christ. And so that, as you recognize that, then minister marriage becomes not manipulation but ministry, because you're operating out of a fullness of, of love from God. So then you're not trying to get it out of that other person. So, and she seemed
Right.
to
And
talk
when
about
you
that.
let yourself feel that love and accept that love and embrace it, that really fills you with love for other people and ability to serve in a non-manipulative way. Yeah. Very good point. I thought that was a beautiful statement. Well, what would you change about the panel?
I don't think well, it's an observation again. I noticed this time, since there was a man in there,
Mm-hmm.
he interrupted
Mm-hmm.
people more,
Yep.
where before everyone waited in turn until each person was speaking. So I think maybe just having that kind of housekeeping, you know, maybe not to interrupt one
Mm-hmm.
another.
That's a
So I
good point.
noticed that Joy was a little, uh, what's the word, put off.
Sure.
Um, and I don't know if you did it intentionally, but I like how you brought it back to her and kind of drew her back into the conversation.
Good. Thank you.
I think it also reminded me or kind of pointed out that how twos can read a room and read people,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just kind of clueless. And so it's like, like somebody said, I'm like, really? That's what they thought or felt or whatever. I'm like, oh. And so again, just, one of the values that twos have.
Mm-hmm.
So
And it's interesting because I think for the most part, as I listened to them talk about that, they weren't even aware that it was unique to them at a certain point. And then they began to understand that it was a gift. Yeah. Well, we have another panel coming up at 1:30, and it's our fourth panel on it's a head panel on type 5. And so I want y'all back at about 25 after. So it's just not quite an hour. So we'll be prepared and ready for our fives. And if you have a minute to look over 5 qualities, go ahead and do that because we won't have time before we start the panel. Okay. See y'all in a bit.
Type 5. Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye.
We're here. Um, and Laurie and Mike, welcome. These are our students for today. This is Karen and Laretha and Kendra, and they're working
Hi.
on their certificate in spiritual direction, and Kendra's also working on her MDiv. So I already told you about Mike, that he is my husband, and Laurie's a good friend, and they both lead with type 5. So we're gonna have, and I think Karen, you have a roommate who's a 5, right? So we're gonna have some personal interest in this panel, and we have one of the types that Laretha considered, although didn't necessarily claim. She thinks she might be a 9. Is a 5. So she'll be learning about that as well from y'all. So I'm going to invite the students to go on and turn off their video and their audio, and it'll just be the 3 of us. And just to let you know, panels are part of helping students learn more about particular types of the Enneagram. And the purpose is really to develop even more compassion for self and others, and to compare types so they will think about their own type as they listen to you talk about yours. I know each of you pretty well, but I'd like for each of you to share maybe two things about yourself that would be of interest to the students so they can kind of connect with you.
Mike, you go first.
I think part of my personality is my legal degree, my lawyer nature. And I think one of the other things that always ties in is the scarcity issue with a five. And I think I always thought I got that from my mother's Scotch nature and maybe having grown up in the Depression, but maybe it's just part of who I am anyway. So
Interesting. Laurie, what would you say about yourself?
Do you want to know about me or about how I fit in it?
Either, whatever you want
Okay.
to tell us, two things.
Let's see. I'm retired. I used to help people with computer programs, getting set up on that. I have 4 kids, and can't think of anything else right now. I'm a
That's
friend of
okay.
Stephanie's. I'm younger than Stephanie.
Yes, she's a whole year younger and a month, but
And a month.
not quite a month, a few days.
I've heard this fight for 20 years.
He had to bring
Exactly.
that up. Well, as just a general reminder about the Enneagram, it is a way of looking at personality, and there are 9 types that we identify in the Enneagram. And it helps us in developing self awareness, learning how to best love ourselves, learning how to love others. Knowledge of it can also help us navigate personal relationships and work relationships, as well as improve our quality of life and faith. So, as you know, each of you represents with a type 5, and some of those characteristics for the 5, known as the protector, are thoughtful. I'm sorry, known as the isolationist. I don't know why I said protector, or the observer. And some of the characteristics are thoughtful and knowledgeable, calm in a crisis, dispassionate, respectful, hold confidence as well, honor boundaries, appreciate simplicity, very self sufficient, dependable, um, can be isolated from their own feelings and sometimes experiences in the here and now, can be detached from life for fear of being drained by it. Some feel loneliness and long for connection, but do not reach out for it. Um, 5s can miss out on opportunities by failing to act. And as Mike mentioned, can have a sense of scarcity about time, space, and energy. And this was an interesting one to me, and it might be to you too, Mike, that often 5s see requests as demands.
Gosh, have we ever had that in our lives?
I think we have. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, Laurie, but
yes.
there you go. So just to get us prepared for the panel, I want to do a little centering exercise. So I invite you to sit back in your chair if you're not already comfortable, and put your feet flat on the floor and your hands in your lap, and just to either soften your gaze or close your eyes. Begin to breathe deeply in and out at your own pace. I want you to feel your fingers in your lap and your toes on your feet. as you breathe. And as you sit firmly in the chair with your back supported and your feet supported, I want you to feel grounded, to feel the sense of permanence beneath your feet and your body, and the connection that you have not only to the floor but to the chair, that you are not alone, and that you are present in this moment. When you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back. Okay, I have a bunch of questions to ask you, and the point of this is to teach my students about type 5. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, and there's no right answer. Your answer is whatever it is, and that's what we were looking for. I want to start with a question about privacy, and I want to know if you have a story about how important privacy is to you.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now.
That's okay. Is privacy important to you?
It is. It is. I don't usually share anything that I don't feel like I want everybody to know. I mean, I
Okay.
think about it before I
Okay.
share, if that's along the right lines.
It is. And what I was thinking about too is that you had 4 kids growing up in your home. So how did you find privacy in the midst of that?
Mm, I read a lot.
Okay.
I don't remember when they were growing up doing it, but now I tend to go to bed early and read and be by
Okay.
myself for a while. I also like to get up early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I have my games that I play.
Is
So
that
I
alone
can
time for you?
exactly. And if I'm with like the extended family, like which is like 14 of us now, um, I try to go to bed early when we have a group so that I can get up early and have my alone time.
Okay. So you made that a priority for yourself.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
good. Very good. Mike, how about you? Do you have a story about how important privacy is to you?
Well, there's both professional privacy in my life and personal privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I live I live in a world where professional privacy is all important,
Mm-hmm.
being a lawyer, but personal privacy, I think that may have been one of the more difficult things about being married later in life. And I think much like I'm the reverse of Laurie. I stay up later for privacy and get up later, because that's my alone time. Um,
Okay. That
and
makes sense.
when the kids were here the other day, playing, sitting on the couch, yammering back and forth, and disturbing my my alone time, that was a little, more difficult to deal with. So, um, I think being by myself, obviously being by myself is not a big problem for me since I was single for until I was 44. Um, so that's what I would say is I've developed a pattern where I have my alone time, some late at night and some when I wake up in the morning and you're doing something else.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. And of course, privacy is an important characteristic of fives, but also is dependability. So when have people been able to depend on you? What's the story about that?
Hmm. Um, if basically if I say I'm going to do something, I do it. If trying to think of a good story. So the kids, my grandkids are doing a triathlon. They've been doing a triathlon that I found in Opelika a few years ago. I just stumbled on it one day and it was like, oh gosh, they need to do it. So anyway, I signed them up, did it. The lady who had been doing it for 12 years said, this is not going to happen again unless somebody takes over because I can't do this anymore. So 5 ladies got together, or well, we didn't know each other at all, but we had all said that we would help, got together and just looking at the 5, knowing I'm retired and none of them are, I'm not to sound, like I'm patting myself on the back, but I am the most reliable.
Okay.
If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Like we were supposed to have a meeting, or we're supposed to have a meeting this Sunday. And I sent out a message and said, are we still okay to meet on Sunday? And one was like, I can't do it this Sunday or this weekend. And I was kind of like, well, I was going to go to Atlanta, but I didn't go to Atlanta so I could do this meeting. So if I say I'm going to do something, I do it.
That's just real important to you. Make a commitment. You're very
exactly.
dependable. Thank
They're
you.
probably not 5s, are they?
Probably not. Who knows what they are?
Should have you type them for me.
Mike, how about you?
I think, so much what I do on a daily basis is taking care of other people's problems, and they depend on me for that. And so making sure I get everything that is done, needs to be done by their deadline is all important on a daily basis. Now, the flip side of that, you will tell people that I don't do things that I say I'm going to do. But it doesn't mean that I don't plan to do the things you ask me to do. It's just the timeline that I'm on may be different than other people's.
Okay. So you intend to do them. You are dependable. It's just that you may have it in your own mind when you can do it.
That I juggle things on a constant basis
Sure.
to make sure whatever. I tell people if I start my day and accomplish the one of the things I want to accomplish at the beginning of the day, that's a good day.
Okay. How does self-sufficiency play out in your lives?
I don't trust anybody else to get it done right.
I will second that.
Makes it really, really hard to delegate. It's a challenge. I've been doing what I do for almost 40 years now, and it's a challenge to trust somebody else to do it. And it's a challenge to accept that it might not be done quite the way I would do it myself and not try to redo it.
I will
makes
say
sense.
ditto to that. You hit
Can
it
y'all give
right
an
on, Mike.
example of something that you thought maybe you delegate, but then pulled back, or delegated and wished you hadn't?
I remember early on giving a file with a document in it to an associate to work on, and that document disappeared. And
Oh,
we never did find it. And
no.
I mean, that to me, that I mean, I'm talking 35 years ago, and it still is bothers me.
That was rough.
No kidding.
How about you, Lori? Can you think of a situation?
I can't think of one where I've delegated and it hasn't worked out. I'm sure there has been, but when we all get together, everybody knows I make the menu, I cook the food, I do the groceries. I don't want to let anybody else do a piece of it, even though it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And they've all do like, we'll do a meal or something like that. It's just, I just don't trust it to get done right. Or plus we live so far away from a grocery store that if we did forget something, it would be hard.
Wow. That's a lot of work, but you'd rather do that than than trust the others.
Sure. Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. Mike touched on this a little bit too, but what does scarcity mean to you? And when I ask that, it's opposed to abundance, if that helps. Like, in other words, do you have a sense of abundant resources in your life, or do you feel like you have to hold on to resources?
When you say it like that, I feel like I have to hold on. Like if I can't, let me think of an example. If I've given a limited number of something,
Mm-hmm.
I will try to use it very sparingly.
Okay.
I can't think of a good example, but yeah, I will reserve things,
Okay.
save them.
Sure. Mike, how about you?
Oh, I always feel like time is scarce.
Mm-hmm.
Money is scarce. There's never enough for future security. But just thinking of a simple thing, I would have rather have a book that I know I'm going to like to read sitting on my table than reading it necessarily, because I know I'm going to appreciate it and use it up rather than use it up.
That is very interesting.
That's great, Mike.
Very interesting. So
I didn't realize Mike and I were so similar.
Oh yeah. That is fascinating. How how do you react when you feel intruded upon?
Angrily.
You get angry?
Mm-hmm.
Do you too, Laurie?
Yep, angry and feel like they shouldn't have done that. And but I keep it into myself. I usually don't unless I really get angry. But
Okay. So you hold it in,
yeah,
but you know it.
yeah.
Okay. Um, Sometimes fives keep a sense of safety by erecting boundaries and limiting contact with others. Do either of y'all find that you do that?
One of the things that um, I learned going through counseling is I need to be firmer in my boundaries.
Interesting. So what kinds of boundaries have you learned to set?
Limitations on what I can and can't do, and um, saying no.
Learning to say no.
Hmm.
Interesting. Interesting. We had a panel of twos earlier, and that was a big issue for them, being able to say no, learning to say no.
Because when you feel like you're dependable, saying no to people is very hard.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. You want to be dependable. Yeah. What are you
I would,
thinking, Lori?
I was going to say I'd have to agree with that too. Saying no is really hard. Um, I feel like I've gotten better at it as I've gotten older
Mm-hmm.
and realized that I need to. If I can't do something, but it is still hard
Mm-hmm.
to say no if
Sure.
you're given a choice between one thing or the other.
Hmm. Well, for both of you, what is it like to how do you have are you or do you feel like you're introverted? Do you feel like you're an introverted person?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Would you say that's true for you too, Mike?
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
And how does that express itself in your lives?
You know,
Well,
the one I love to tell the story of is when I'm ready to leave a party, I'm ready to leave a party. When you're ready to leave a party, it's a half an hour later before you say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
And
yeah,
it
I
took
would.
you 5 years to figure out that you had uh, introduced me to everybody you've introduced me to 3 times.
Oh, that's funny. Well, how about you, Laurie?
I'd say the same thing. I'm not I don't like going to parties. My husband is much more of a, I guess, Stephanie type. If, given a choice, I will not go somewhere.
Okay.
But I'd prefer to, when I'm ready to leave, I'm ready to leave. I'm
Okay.
not, I'm not the last person at the party.
Okay.
It's hard to talk to a bunch of people.
How many close friends do you have, either of you or both of you?
Usually I have 2 to 3 close friends.
Okay.
Um, Close as in friends or family. I think my family's closer. I
Hmm.
feel closer to my family.
Sure.
So I'd say, just a few part of my family, not the whole the whole group, but and then, the extended group of friends. But yeah, I'd say a few.
A few. Yeah. Well, that's a sign of an introvert for sure. Um, how fives are considered head types. And I wonder if you can give an example of how you avoid emotions and stay in your head.
How you stay in your head?
Hmm. How do you avoid being emotive and stay in your thoughts instead of your feelings? Or do you?
I was going to say that's the easy part.
Is it?
Hmm.
How's it easy?
It's easier to keep it in my head and think about it than to express it.
Interesting. Is that all emotion?
Mm, Probably most. I would say probably most of them.
Okay. Thank you. How about you, Mike?
Um, I think it's probably more likely to if I were going to express something, the one that's more likely to get expressed is anger than another. Negative emotions are much more likely to get expressed than positive ones.
Hmm.
Um,
But right away, or does it take a while? Because mine take a while. Like I
boy,
can be
if
mad, but
you're right. If I'm really pissed off, I get really, really quiet. And then sometimes it blows, sometimes it doesn't. Um, so,
Hmm.
and I think that with me a lot of times is a or at least the way it's you sort of know if you say something then you're going to regret it. Um, but then you don't say anything and you're potentially going to say something worse and regret it more.
Sure.
You know, yeah. And being a smartass has been a defense mechanism over the years. Maybe I don't know that it has to do as much with feelings as it does with the introverted nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're able to deflect things by being a smart ass, kind of. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, rather than being, yeah, it's just easier to enter without, I don't know. It's something I've learned not to do.
Well, that might be a way you protect yourself too.
Yeah, it is.
Interesting.
It's a shield rather than,
Hmm. That
if
makes
you,
sense.
yeah, it gives you something to say as you enter that gives you an entree. Not always a wise way to do it. And I mean, a cocktail party is misery because you're trying to go strike up conversations with people about God knows what.
people that you don't always know or that you
Or
really want to talk to.
exactly.
Um,
Good thing we don't hang out together. We'd never leave the house.
I know. We put Stephanie and Mark together.
yeah, we're the ones that get you out and going.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, One of the things that's real important to fives typically is accumulating knowledge. Do you find that you do that? And how do you do that if you do?
Oh, anymore, the computer is awesome. Anytime you want to look something up, you can look it up. Wikipedia, chat, Google, anything out, anything that I found. I think about it. We used to have a set of encyclopedias when I was growing
Sure.
up, and you
Mhm.
had to put little notes in it as things changed. I can't believe how easy it is. Is you hear something, a word you don't know, or a name that you didn't know. It's so easy to look it up, and not that I retain it, but it's really easy to look it up now.
How about you, Mike?
Do you really want me to answer this
I
question?
do. I want my students to hear.
Are they listening?
They are listening.
Oh, I thought you turned them off.
So they do, you just can't see them and we can't hear what they might say,
Oh,
but
They're
okay.
not they're
there.
not laughing at us, Mike.
I don't
They
think
probably
so.
are. They should be. I mean, I am, is Stephanie will tell you that my nickname is Mikepedia, or they used to call me Cliffy because I'm like Cliff Clavin. I always know something. But I mean, the phone where you can look up instantly anything is, I mean, it's heaven to me. It's irritating to some others that they say something and they lose you because you were looking up whatever you're interested in at that moment. And then you think of things you have to remember to look up later. So yeah, I mean, life is about accumulating knowledge.
That is interesting. So, do you ever find yourself paralyzed by all this pursuit of knowledge?
No.
Do you ever find yourself analyzing things to the point of paralysis?
Hmm, I'd say no.
Yeah, I've never felt paralysis by analysis.
Okay. How do you minimize your wants and desires?
What do you say?
How do
Say
you
that.
minimize or do you, your wants and desires?
Minimize? I don't know that I minimize them. Um,
Do you have many?
Wants and desires.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm pretty satisfied at this point.
Okay.
I mean, there's always things you want, but nothing that is, just, crazy that I want.
What would be crazy to want?
Oh, um, around the world tour,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay. How about if you just wanted to go to Europe for a couple of weeks? Would that be out of the realm of reality? Not so much for your finances, but I mean just in terms of your dreaming.
No, I think that would be something I'd like to do. Thought about doing. But do I want to go away that long?
Ah,
That would be probably the drawback.
okay.
I'd miss, there's too many things going on here with kids and stuff.
Okay.
Parties that Mike and I are going to go to.
Yeah, I'm looking for those. How about you, Mike? Do you minimize your wants and desires? How do you do that?
I think my wants and desires are always limited or controlled by um, the concern about scarcity. And is there enough? Can we afford to do this? Does it work within the budget? Does it work within the job? Does it? So there's always limitations on um, wants and desires. At the same time, there's very little I actually want that I don't have. Um, as my family will tell me, I'm very hard to buy things for because I don't want or need anything. Um, but I think I don't have dreams about doing X or Y like you do.
Talking to me when you say
Yeah,
you.
as a two. I think twos are constantly dreaming about doing this or that. Uh, I don't dream about it. If I'm going to do it, I figure out a plan on how to do it and do it. So it's more of, can I do it? If I can, how do I accomplish it? Rather than,
So you approach it by making a plan and moving toward it.
yeah, it's in
Or
my
really
head.
decide you want something.
It's in my head, not in my heart.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you either of you find that you might be called withholding or stingy?
I don't think so. Withholding?
Hmm.
I don't think so.
Well, you're a very loving person. I wouldn't expect that to be the case. How about you, Mike?
Um, Maybe, but I
Maybe.
sure don't feel like I'm
Okay,
withholding.
that's fair. That is fair. Um, do you ever feel lonely? And if so, what do you do about it?
Hmm. I don't really feel lonely. Um, I enjoy my time by myself, so um, no, I really don't feel that lonely.
Okay.
Um, there are times I felt lonely, but not a lot. I probably felt lonelier since I've been married than in the, you know, 25 years between when I left home to go to college and I got married. Because I've grown used to having you around or the kids around or the dog around. And sometimes after I've been by myself long enough, I'll miss people
Well, that's
or the dog
interesting.
or the cat,
Okay.
who I talk to, by the way.
The cat?
Oh, do you ever find that you miss opportunities by failing to act on something?
Yes.
Can
I
you give an
was-
example?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
You, Lori.
the thing that would come, and I can't think of an exact example, but I think about things too long. Like, um, do I want, what was it? Oh, like a cookware that I just bought.
Mhm.
And it was on sale. But I had to think about it for a while. But how long is it going to be on sale? Do I need to act quick? So I didn't lose it. I got it.
Good.
But yeah, something like that.
But you saw it and you didn't buy it right away.
Uh-uh.
I'm assuming you kind of pondered it and
Always,
made the
everything.
decision, and then
They going back to the menu, they laugh at me because I haven't started on next Christmas, but it's like 3, 4, 5 months ahead of time, I will start on the menu so that I can refine it and think about
wow, that's really impressive.
it.
Do you put that much thought into things like that, Mike? There, or is there something you put that much thought into refining?
No,
So
I
that's
don't
an
think so.
interesting difference between y'all.
Um,
One thing we've got different, Mike.
There you
well, I mean, like when we've done big trips, like going to Europe on your sabbatical or going to Hawaii. Now, I will start working on the agenda and itinerary and plan for that months in advance.
You will.
But
That's true.
I'm not one who plans a menu far in advance.
Well, yeah. You don't do the cooking now, do you?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, oh,
Actually, I do all the cooking. Thank you very
Well, that's
oh.
not quite true. I do
Okay,
cook
you
during the
bake on
holidays.
occasion.
Maybe I'll let him cook
Just
for
so I get my
myself.
plug in. Oh, goodness. Do you ever find yourself detaching from life because you're afraid you're going to be drained by someone or something?
Sure. I
Can you?
mean, that's a Laurie's comment about not wanting to go to parties is a classic example
Okay.
of yeah, I mean, there's this party I could go to, but if I go, man, I'm going to have to talk to people and it's going to be this and that, and it's just easier to sit here and be by myself.
I would agree with that.
It's interesting. I wonder, this is a question for Mike because I don't think you watch sports as much as Mike does, but you like to watch sports by yourself.
I do.
Is that fair? Um, do you think that has anything to do with your need for privacy or your need? I mean, what do you think that's about? That's an interesting
Well,
character.
A, I'm highly superstitious when it comes to sports. But B, I don't like to listen to people's comments while I'm watching a game, whether they're the fans in the around me or my friends um or my family. So I'm happier watching it in the self-contained environment. I remember when the North Carolina played Tennessee in the right to get to the Final Four or maybe the Final Four, and a group of my friends were watching it, and I refused to join them. But one of them called me in the middle of the game and goes, we're killing you. And I can hear the others in the background going, don't tell him that. And then the game swung and he called me back and goes, we killed him. We killed him. So I just I, I just am happier watching it by myself.
I wonder if that causes you to have more emotion when people bug you like that, like call and say, "We're beating you," or "We're winning." Does that cause
No,
emotion in
they
you?
just Jones the other guy's teams, not mine.
That's where the suspicion comes in.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
you are the worst Joneser ever.
I know. I am. I claim it. I don't mean to do it, but I do
You
seem
don't
to.
believe in it. Your
Oh, that's
family
pretty
keeps
true.
telling you about it, but you don't believe it.
Yeah, I kind of don't, but I know you do. So, how important is it to you to accumulate knowledge?
Huge. I mean,
Huge.
that's what the whole Wikipedia thing,
Okay.
the instant access, that knowledge about esoteric things and lifelong learning are so interesting. Um,
Do you agree with that, Laurie?
Definitely, for sure.
What is the most unusual thing you have learned? Can you think of something?
Hmm. Trying to think of something. Not really. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Okay, that's all right. How about you, Mike? Can you?
yeah, I remember one of the things that I remember watching and on a couple of different occasions on television and learning about is Tibetan throat singing. There was an episode of The Big Bang Theory where Sheldon was doing it, and then on a
Tibetan throat singing, is that what you
yeah,
said? Okay,
yeah,
just wanted to be sure.
And then there was a Netflix series about Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan. Um, and they were doing it there too. And it's apparently an ancient Asian form of art.
Well, that is unusual, I
Wow.
think, at least in this culture, to know about.
And without the modern Google and that type of thing, I'd have never figured out what that was and what they were doing.
Thank goodness for Google and our computers.
Well, yeah, you can still find Encyclopedia Britannica or Webster's out there too. They're a little more accurate than Wikipedia might be.
You got to do more than one source is the way
That's
to
right.
do it.
And never trust AI.
No, it can't even get the date right sometimes.
So, what would you like my students to know about being a five that we haven't said?
Hmm.
It's hard to to know what they would need to know other than, we are what we are. I mean,
Hmm.
I've been typed initially. Was it a 1 or a 9 that Sandra thought I was initially?
No, I think one.
It was a 1, but it was a rule follower, and I think I'm not necessarily what I do in my life professionally is not necessarily following the rules, but figuring out what the rules are and how to get around the rules or comply with the rules and accomplish what needs to be accomplished.
Okay, that's
So it's
funny.
analytical and creative at the same time.
Definitely. Well, that's interesting. Well,
I,
thank
I
you for
would
that.
say I am a rule follower, but I can also figure out how to get something done. Like you were talking about going on a trip
Hmm.
or something that you want. If there's something that I want, I will figure out how I'm going to do it.
Okay,
Where there's a will, there's a way. It's, I
makes
guess, would
sense.
be the motto.
Makes sense. Well, you've helped us hear lots of things about fives. Really appreciate the stories about privacy and dependability and self-sufficiency, and the issues around scarcity and abundance. Um, it was interesting that you don't find yourselves paralyzed by analysis, which is really a good thing for you, I think. Um, in your own ways, you talked about your wants and desires, but they're not great, huge ones. And you both seem pretty satisfied where you are, which is not always the case with every type. Fours, particularly, are always yearning for more in life, particularly.
When you have a child who's a 4 and a child who's a 7, it's really hard to be s- to set a goal and know you're going to stick to it because when you plan something with a 4 and a 7, they're likely to change every time.
Yeah, you can go on with it, but they won't be with you.
But I think the one other thing I'd say that's come to me through this dependability,
Hmm.
I'm always early.
Yeah,
Uh,
you are.
and that's part of being, if they're ready to go, is being dependable, is not being late. And I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, I think that is. Thank you. Well, I appreciate all that you all have said today, and I thank you so much for being part of this panel. What I'm going to say now is the students can come back and you all are free to turn off your video and your sound and go on. Um, and if you have any questions about anything, please feel free to let me know. And thank
Okay.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Ah.
It always takes a minute to get off. Laretha, are you coming back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. So, what went well with that panel?
Are they related? I know
They're
he's
just,
your husband.
he's my
I,
husband. They're just friends. I mean, they know each other through me.
okay, because they they get along very well.
They do, don't they?
And the reason I asked is they even kind of act like they're related. So that's why I asked were they
Well, they do
related to
have some
each other.
similar characteristics, don't they?
They have a lot of similar characteristics.
Hmm.
Yeah. No.
So what else went well?
Hmm. I think the whole conversation went well for me. And then again, there were some similarities there, like the hard to say no.
Uh-huh.
Um, I'm not stingy with holding anything. I'm not like that. When you're talking about being lonely,
Hmm.
I sometimes, yeah, I do feel lonely.
Hmm.
Um, in the privacy part, yes, it's important to keep my privacy. Sometimes it depends on uh the setting and who I'm talking with. I may share, some things, but the
Hmm.
majority of the times I would, kind of keep it to myself. So, but
Well, you've got
yeah,
a lot of insight into yourself then. That's great.
yeah, I did listening to them. Well, all the panels were just great. Just like I say, still gathering information. So it's
Good.
good.
Kendra, Karen, what else did y'all see that went well?
Um, the flow of the conversation was really good. I think the questions were really good as well.
Good.
Um, I think it was really cool that your husband, he answered and held conversation. He didn't seem nervous to answer questions in front of
Yeah,
you. I thought that was so nice to see. Yeah.
that was nice, wasn't it? I appreciated that about him. Karen, did you find any similarities in your roommate and these two?
Some. I had a couple questions.
Sure.
Um, I know one of the characteristics is self-reliant, and they talked about they didn't want to delegate because they didn't think other people could do it right. So I wonder if that's a common motivation, or is it like I don't want to have to owe anybody, I don't, or feel like I have to, I just didn't know on the self-reliance, what's behind that
That's a
self-reliance.
good question. I do think that that there's an issue of trust there
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
others cannot they can't rely on others to do what they would like to be to have done, maybe is the way to say it.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of I don't know, intertwining of introversion with a five, because some of the introvert comments I can
You
relate
could
to because I'm
relate
an
to.
introvert. So some of it is like, well, what I don't know what's the distinctive of five versus an introvert.
Well,
So
the only thing I know how to answer to that or to say to that is other types can be introverted, but fives almost always are.
gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And don't eights go to five in unhealth or in times of stress? Is
Yeah.
that
Yeah, I think that's right.
Uh-huh. But it can, again, we can be healthy, go to the healthy side of five,
Sure.
and be thoughtful and thinking things through versus, let's do it now, or we can isolate, which is may not be the healthy part of five. I don't know, kind of thing. So, yeah. Oh,
What else do you have to add? Anything? It was a nice, calm, easy, you would expect it to be.
yeah,
No real highs and lows.
yeah. They didn't, again, their wants and needs are pretty, you know,
Basic.
They're not like driven, like, or have some grandiose kind of plans or ideas. It's pretty realistic, I guess,
Right,
so.
right.
And Mike appears to be very calm and laid back.
Yeah, he is pretty calm, pretty laid back. It's a nice balance between us.
It's interesting that he mentioned that he feels lonelier since he's been married because he got used to having you all around. So
Hmm.
when you weren't there, it affected him differently.
Hmm. That was interesting, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah. And that he even talks to the cat. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was interesting.
really, Mike? Okay.
And it may
Oh,
be kind of like, you don't miss what you don't know or don't have. So when he was single, he may not, he didn't have that community, that family around him.
that's a
And
good
like,
point. Thank you,
it's like,
Karen.
oh, I do like that.
Right, right. Well, we're going to move into vices and virtues next, and I can start it now, or we can have a break and start it in about 30 minutes. So you tell me what you'd prefer.
I'm okay with taking a break so we can
Yeah,
switch
let's do
gears.
great.
Okay, let's do that. Let's break for until about 10 till. Is that okay? And then we'll start on looking at um, virtues and vices. Okay,
Okay.
see you in a few.
All right.
Hey there, Kendra.
Hey there, Dr. Patton. It was funny when your husband said that he's always early. That that's always my goal. Now I do it out of anxiety. I get anxious when I'm late,
Hmm.
but I have to be early.
Oh boy. Well, that was an interesting thing that he said that because he is early if he thinks it's a commitment. But
Mhm.
if he just says we're going to leave at 5, he doesn't mean that we're going to leave at 5, and that drives me crazy.
I was gonna say that doesn't happen with my friend. She's always late, always.
Always.
Funny.
Oh.
Laretha, you look all dressed in your scrubs.
Yeah, I didn't feel like putting on real clothes today, so I just put on scrubs.
Oh, there you go. I think my son lives in them. He's, as you know, in residency, but that's all he ever wants to wear. So,
They're easy and comfortable.
yep. Well, let's take a moment and center. Um, I would like for us just to reflect on the fact that we are created by God in God's image from Genesis, and the fact that we are created with gifts and uniqueness, and that we need each other to form a whole. So just kind of reflect on those things as you take a moment of silence, and it will take about 5 minutes, and center ourselves and pray as we feel called. Loving God, as we continue this class this day, may your presence be with each of us. May you open our hearts and our minds to your purpose in our lives. We pray in Christ. Amen. Okay, we're going to look at a very interesting way of talking about the Enneagram, which has some history in the church, and that is the virtues and vices. So let me switch to sharing the screen. There we go. Okay, so what do those words bring to your mind? They're not words we hear a lot used in regular conversation today.
Right.
Sinful patterns and godly patterns.
Okay, that's an interesting way to talk about them. Sinly patterns and godly patterns. Okay, thank you.
I was thinking like values and coping mechanisms or coping tools.
Okay, that's helpful too. Okay, well let's see what we've got ahead of us. This is an Enneagram diagram, and you can see the numbers 1 going all the way around to 9. And it talks about how one of the things that happens with vices and virtues in terms of the Enneagram is that to grow in our spiritual maturity and in our lives in general, we move from our vice to our virtue. So, for ones, the vice is anger to serenity. For twos, pride to humility, and so on. So, this is just a picture of the diagram with those vices set in place. Eights move from, interestingly, lust to innocence, and nines from sloth to right action. And we'll unpack those words as we go along. Historically, virtues, the good traits like wisdom and courage, justice, and temperance, and the vices, which are the bad traits like pride, greed, lust, and sloth, have been central to philosophy and religion. And they evolved from the ancient Greek ideals of flourishing, according to Plato and Aristotle, through Stoicism into Christianity's theology and focus in the early Catholic Church on cardinal virtues, those being wisdom, justice, fortitude, and temperance. And the capital sins or vices, which were listed 7: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, avarice, gluttony, and lust. And they were taught in medieval society through the art and drama that was created in those times as guides to how to live a moral life. The capital vices, also known as the 7 deadly sins, are the ones that I just read out: pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. And they serve as the sources from which other sins spring in the Christian tradition. And if you indulge in these sins or these vices, they lead to spiritual harm. These vices are fundamentally the flaws that corrupt us as humans and foster further sinful behavior and hinder spiritual growth, though all sins are considered forgivable through God's grace. So it's not saying that anything you do in these is not going to be able to be forgiven. It's just saying that you will go down a path that will not be a virtuous path. Well, that will not be a godly path if you pursue the sins, the vices, instead of the virtues. So let's talk about what they are. Pride, another word, an old word for it, is vainglory. And it's an excessive belief in one's abilities or importance, often leading to disrespect for others. Greed or avarice is an excessive desire for material wealth or gain beyond what is needed. Lust is an intense desire, often sexual, for gratification, treating others as objects for pleasure. Envy is resentment or sadness at another's good fortune, wishing them ill or wanting what they have instead of what you have. Gluttony is overindulgence and overconsumption, usually of food or drink, but it can extend to anything. Wrath or anger is uncontrolled feelings of anger or rage and hatred that lead to destructive actions. And sloth, which is one we really rarely hear about anymore, or acedia, is spiritual or physical laziness, apathy, and refusal to act or fulfill one's duties. And again, if these vices are left unchecked, if we just let them exist and grow, then they lead to sin. The Enneagram system, including the narrative Enneagram approach, which was founded by Helen Palmer and David Daniels, whose book, The Essential Enneagram, you have as one of your books, they use 9 vices, or what they call passions, because there are 9 distinct personality types in the Enneagram model. And each one has its own core emotional driver. So the Enneagram system expanded on the 7 original deadly sins from the Christian tradition to correspond to all 9 points on the Enneagram symbol. The 9 vices in the Enneagram are considered pervasive emotional habits, or another term for them is emotional fixations that fuel and distort the behavior of each personality type. Do you have any questions so far?
No.
Sure. What is your question? Well, I thought someone had one. Okay, I'll keep going. Vices or passions with the Enneagram continues with this idea that the core emotional patterns that bind us to our egos and their habits are what the vices or passions are. And they represent that we contract, we pull inward, we do things that do not expand us and give us growth and grace. The passions or the vices are reactions to the wounding messages of our childhood. Somewhere in our stories, we internalized a message that it wasn't safe for us to be who we really are. The beautiful person created by God in the image of God. So we unconsciously, and that's important, put on a mask to help us survive and get our needs met. The passions are a type of emotional vice, and the vices control us. We do not control them. The passion of our type is bigger than any other emotional state we have. It is always present, and it always informs what we believe, feel, and do. And so, doing the inner work that we need to do with the Enneagram is in many ways learning to step out of our stories and limiting beliefs so that the passion can begin to loosen its grip on us. And we can start to live from our places of virtue or our true selves again. Now, that's a lot to say. So, do you have any questions about that or any comments?
I do. I
Sure.
think this is where I am when it talks about the childhood. I don't know what, I don't even remember what, but I can see, there may have been something that happened, some type of trauma or something.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember when I was 5 or 6, our house caught a fire.
Oh, my.
And my baby brother was trapped in the house. But when they found him, he was in the bathroom in the bathtub, and he had burns on his hands, on his head. But he's fine. He's grown, just
You
doing his own
survived
thing.
it
But
all. Oh,
yeah,
good.
he survived that. But the thing about it is, I remember I remember that.
Sure, you
But
do.
I want to think that there may have been something else that happened that I just shut it out, or I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. But every time something comes up, or when I'm in a conversation with somebody, or talking about, back time, about childhood or something like that, it's almost always something that why I shut things out, or why I shut people out, or why I shut down.
Oh my
This comes to mind. So I don't
goodness.
know, what it is,
Mm-hmm.
but that's one thing I do remember in my childhood was that. And another thing that I remember in my childhood was when my father left me. He didn't pass. He just left, and never came back. But the thing
Oh,
about it was, I remember him telling me that he was going to come back, that he was going to come and get me, and I never saw him again. So
oh,
to, so
Loretta.
to this day, I don't know if my father's alive or not. But that's something. So I don't know, if those two is a combination of something, but like I said, trauma. And as a child, I don't know if if that's the only two, or if there was something else. But those two distinct things that I remember as a child happening to me.
Well, those are pretty intense things to have happen,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're bound to have left some kind of emotional scars.
Hmm.
So it will be important for you to explore what those results of those might be for you.
But like I said, my brother's fine. He's grown, living in Virginia Beach, somewhere up
Okay.
that way.
Okay.
And like I said, I never saw him that day. I never saw my father again, so I don't know if he's still alive or not.
Oh, that is so sad, Laretha. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay.
Well, it is what it is, but it's not okay. It's very
Yeah.
sad.
Mhm.
Let's hold that for a minute. Hmm. Well, as we go along, I hope you'll share more as things come to you. Are there any other thoughts or questions about the vices or passions? Okay. Here are the vices by type. That's supposed to be a vice grip, I guess. Okay. We have type 1, the improver. Anger is the vice. And the vice is constant simmering frustration that things are not as they should be. And it's channeled into hostility towards what is imperfect. It's directed at whatever is not ideal, and the person will try to fix it. It can be marked by judgment, criticism, or a sense of tension in the body. Does that make sense? Oops, I don't have my thing with me. Let me turn this off. There we go. Um, all of us experience anger, but one's experience it to the point of their detriment. And it is a natural first emotion for them. Twos, the helper, the vice is pride. You heard a little bit about that today. It's an inflated self importance derived from being indispensable to others. Twos think we can make ourselves so valuable that people can't get along without us. And that's not true. Who can we not get along without? God, not twos. So it's very important to claim this and to work to not be a person who acts primarily out of pride. Pride looks like needing to be important to people, and it goes through, we can elevate ourselves or devalue ourselves. I see that in myself. I will, my daughter will say something and I'll go, yeah, I know I was a terrible parent. Well, I wasn't a terrible parent, but that's my go-to, and that's my pride kicking in. I feel wounded by what she said, and I want to, and to deal with that and my own issues, I devalue myself. The other thing that pride looks like is viewing the self as the one who can deliver help without needing anything in return. But you heard that this morning. An expectation can be a manipulative tactic. So we may not need anything, but yet we expect something. And that's pride. That's being the martyr. Type 3, the achiever, has a vice of self-deceit, or vanity is the traditional name for it. And this involves a kind of shape-shifting or deceiving oneself and others so that they can protect their successful image. And it looks like this: an over-identification with the personality or outer persona of the way one looks, way one presents. So threes are very into image. They believe they have to earn love by being worthy. They have to be the shape-shifting tendency itself. So if they're going to shift into being a person who's really smart in math, they're going to be really smart in math. They're going to be right there. If they perceive that they need to be a person who is friendly, they will be the friendliest person in the room. It's a role they step into. Threes believe they have to earn love by being worthy. And they take on the ideas or desires of others as their own personal identity. So they're chameleons in many ways, and they have a hard time really knowing what they need and want. They deceive themselves very easily. Fours have a vice called envy, which is a sense of lack, especially having to do with believing they're missing something that others have, and always believing that others are happier, better, and more deserving. The vice of envy creates a sense of inner deficiency, which can play out either as feeling inferior or feeling superior, and always comparing self to others. The focus is on what is missing or what others have that the individual lacks. Does that ring true at all for you, Kendra, with your daughter?
Oh, yes. Constantly looking at what's missing in relationships, no matter how good she has it. Like, I help her with the kids, but she can only see where I'm not
Uh-huh.
helping. And because, again, she's like romanticized what her life as a mom would be.
Sure.
And I'm not fitting into that image for her.
Oh my. That's really hard. That's hard on you as well as not a good thing for her.
It used to be, but when I recognized it, we had discussions about it, and I've learned to not hold on to that, not be resentful myself. And she's aware that I make every effort to do what I can for her. So it's not as bad as it was at first, but it was definitely a challenge.
Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Type fives, the investigator, this is an old word, avarice is the vice. It's not necessarily about money, but clutching of personal resources and time to avoid being overwhelmed by others. So there's a sense of clutching towards you, holding on. Um, I think Mike said that he always thought it was because he was Scotch that he had this tendency to really hold tightly, particularly to money. The vice of avarice looks like withholding out of fear or depletion, holding too tightly to what they already have, whether it's resources or energy. The heart does not welcome giving or receiving. And there is some compulsion to hoard, mostly knowledge and energy. And you can think about your roommate or the panel today. We could hear that in some of their talking about resources and not wanting to delegate and those kinds of things. Does that ring at all true for you, Karen, with your roommate?
Yeah, we actually talked during the break
Really?
about being a five. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
You
I
know,
think
and
that was a good conversation.
oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've known each other for a long time and yeah. So it's like so it's hard for her to work with other people because again, letting go, it's like I can do this better and I can,
Mhm.
I want it done right, that type of thing. And so yeah.
Good. Thank you for sharing that.
And also though we talked about the whole energy thing, which again it does tie in a little bit to the introversion
Mhm.
as well. Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? Good. Thank you. Then we come to type 6, which is the loyalist, of course, and they have fear or anxiety, which is a chronic state of scanning for potential threats or pitfalls to maintain security. In our type 2 panel today, Amy talked a little bit about this, and it made me wonder if maybe she has some 6 in her, which is not really a connection point for a 2, but the subconscious needs to protect the self, particularly from everything happening around them, to keep safe. Accelerating thoughts and conclusions as a result, and that can feel like a spinning in their minds and a hesitancy to make a decision or do anything that is permanent. So I watched this in my daughter, who lives in a state of inability to make any decision very often because she's so afraid of the possibilities that could happen if she made this particular decision. So she won't make this one, but if she makes this one, these things will happen. So she can't make that one. So it's just gets very cumbersome and overlapping and very hard to manage sometimes. A lot of anxiety and a lot of fear. For type 7, the enthusiast, I love this one, the vice is gluttony. And we usually think about that as, holding on to things, but it is an insatiable mental appetite for new experiences and options to avoid pain. And so they will indulge themselves in anything, particularly about life. They want to sample everything life has to offer without any limitation, always pursuing more, or at least a little bit more of anything and everything. And they will often jump from experience to experience. Sevens are delightful, but they are moving all the time and they're moving from one thing to another. And it can be very exhausting for those who are not on the same plane with them. Now, here we come to eights, which is the vice of lust. And that sounds sexual, but it's not. It's a passion for excess. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Can be about some sort of physical gratification, but it's mostly about finding a more intense experience and getting more out of life. And it can be marked by reactivity. So, this lust is a drive for intensity, control, and pushing willfully against life. Why? To avoid being controlled. So, that comes back to what we were talking about earlier about control. Karen, I don't know if this helps any in that or not. What do y'all think of this, those of you who are eights? Does it ring true for you?
Well, it definitely rings true for me. And again, not in the sexual way,
Right.
but like if I want some hot wings, I have to have 20 of them, and they have
Uh-huh.
to be very hot. If I'm going to watch a show, I'm going to binge watch it and watch all the seasons in 2 or 3 days. So
Wow.
yes, it is that, like, if it needs to be intense, flavors and foods have to be intense for me to really taste them. Yeah. So yeah, all that sounds true for me.
That is fascinating. Thank you. Karen, how about you? Does it sound at all true for you?
Um, not in the examples that you gave. That's
But tell us
that's
what
not
it
me.
might give an example in.
I'm a wimp. I can't eat anything hot. Like any kind of mild sauce is too much for me. Um, yeah, so I'm trying to think of, I think and again, I think this would be is when we're unhealthy is
Exactly.
is in these eights. And I think for me, it's like I've seen it come out in relationships where it's like I want to help somebody, and so I take over as
Ah,
opposed to coming alongside because again, they need protection, they need whatever, and so it becomes too big, too much, that we talked about before. So I've learned over the years that I have to, not do that. So yeah.
good for you. Well, I think you're right. Um, the the vices are stronger when we are unhealthy, but they're always present as a temptation. And it helps us to know what our vice is to guard against it and to take steps to disperse it and not have it grow in us. Let's look at 9. I love this one, sloth. 9 is the peacemaker. Sloth is a kind of self-forgetting, which we talked about a little bit with the 9s today. It's a psycho-spiritual laziness. It's a state of not being in touch with the core self. It's being asleep to the true essence of who we are created to be. It's spending energy outside to keep the world outside world out and the inside world in, rather than paying attention to the self. So it's kind of this blocking, pulling back, and pushing at the same time, which brings this kind of sloth or self forgetting. It's a numbing, sometimes we talk about it, to one's own priorities so that you can maintain peace, inner peace. Does that ring true at all for you, Laretha?
Some of it, yeah, definitely the inner peace, blocking out and keeping the outside out and the inside in. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So here are some questions for us. These might be things you want to note for when you're working with, as a spiritual director with people of particular types. Um, Asking one, how do you know when something is wrong or not right? And how does that feeling lead to your internal critic or anger? Or to ask someone like me, when do you become prideful in your helpfulness? And how do you avoid admitting you need help or you're upset? Good question. Um, for threes, how do you curate your image of success? And when do you feel you must deceive yourself or be others to be successful? So there's that deception element there. For fours, how do you experience longing or envy? And how does that pull you away from the present moment or your own reality? So instead of being present and focused on what's around you, it's like that story we read where the man met a woman and all of a sudden he had this fantasy going about being with her. And then it's kind of forgotten that he had his own wife and family uh, there behind at home. Fives that we talked to today, how do you hoard your energy or knowledge? And when do you feel overwhelmed by needs leading you to withdraw? For sixes, how do you experience anxiety or doubt? And what do you do to seek security, even if it means challenging authority or projecting fears? Sevens, how do you gluttonize experiences to avoid painful feelings? And what are you running from when you seek constant stimulation? So I'm going to ask the eights and see if you can answer this. How do you use intensity or force to feel safe? And what makes you feel vulnerable enough to need that armor? So either one of you can jump in, but I want both of you to share if you will. So it's sort of suggesting that you put on this intensity or this force like armor so you'll feel safe and not vulnerable. Do you ever find yourself doing that?
Um, so before I recognized that was why I was doing it, I did it more, but my attitude. So
Ah,
I would just be mean because I knew that would push people away and I wouldn't have to deal with the awkwardness of conversation or deal with them asking me to do something, bringing more requests. I would just use my anger and attitude as a way of keeping people away from me.
wow. And you said that once you realized that, how have you changed that behavior?
Well, one, I don't allow myself to project that anger as much. Like I've learned, like I said earlier, to let the feeling, because usually when I project anger, there's a physiological feeling that I'm responding to. Like my heart is racing or I feel tense in my body. And
Okay.
so just lashing out relieves that. And so allowing that tension or that feeling to just dissipate instead of lashing out, I then I still and I just force myself to engage but recognize when I've had enough. Well, I just did that yesterday with my mom where I felt the tension and I felt the aggravation. And I told her, I said, Mom, I'm just really overwhelmed and I'm really tired right now. And I really just need to go to a hotel. And she kept pushing, pushing, pushing. I had to tell her, Mom, I just really need to stop. Instead of blowing up and yelling and telling I've had it, all of that. I've learned to just say how I feel instead of projecting it as anger.
For you. Good for you. Thank you. Karen, does this ring true for you at all?
Was trying to think of I think it's, more of like I'm just gonna take charge
Ah,
so that no one's gonna control me, I guess. I don't know. Just trying to think of, yeah.
so so you feel safer when you're in charge. Is that
Yeah.
fair? Yeah,
Yeah.
when you're in control.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
makes a lot of sense. So, how have you learned when you feel like you need to be in control? How have you learned to identify that that may not be the best choice for you?
Mm. I think, like I can be part of a team,
Hmm.
you know, As long as I can kind of understand my role and control of my circle or, what I'm doing kind of thing. Um, I'm just trying to think of, so I don't have to be the leader or be, I guess, in total control of the situation.
Okay.
Um, Going into a prison, you have no control whatsoever. So even as
Sure.
a volunteer, it's like there, it's totally up to the staff and what happens and what's going on, and you have zero control. So I guess putting myself in situations too that allow me to sort of be vulnerable,
Hmm.
has helped. But
Oh, yeah. I think that's real healthy.
yeah,
Good for you.
yeah.
So here's the Enneagram by the vices by type, just to give you a visual of it. Oh, I forgot to do the other one. The peacemaker, which is 9. And Laretha, I want you to try to answer this question. How do you merge with others or get lost in distractions? Let's answer that one first.
How do I get lost in distractions?
Mm-hmm.
I guess just avoiding it.
Okay. But I also heard you say today that you like to watch a lot of TV and just get lost in it. Which
Yeah,
that is
and
that
that's a way of avoiding the distractions. Watching the TV or doing something else. That keeps me from dealing with whatever else that may be going on.
right, right. And when do you become stubborn or resistant to your own needs? Like if you need something, when do you balk at that?
Once I know everybody else has what they need,
Oh,
then
okay. Yeah, that
yeah,
makes sense.
and then I feel like it's okay to get what I need or what I want.
Okay. So you make sure that everybody else has what they need. And are you resistant to getting your own needs met before others are met?
Before other people's need. Say
Hmm.
that again.
Are you resistant to getting your own needs met before you meet the needs of others?
Right, I am.
Okay. Okay. Some things to ponder. So there again is the diagram. So the reflection question is, how do I identify with and live out the vice or passion of my type? So how do you identify? Like, how do I identify with pride? Well, I identify with pride because I really want people to like me. And I will go out of my way a lot if I'm not thinking clearly to meet the needs of someone else so that they will like me and not necessarily because I just want to meet their needs, which is not very kind and sad. It is kind of sad, but um, but it's true. So I have to learn to pause, and I do this better now as I've grown and reflect. Is this something I want to do, or is this something I want recognition for? So, how about you, Kendra? How do you identify and live out your vice?
Um, I can be pretty all or nothing.
Mhm.
If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it big. Um, like if like I'm hosting a retreat, so what the last one did, I'll tell you about that one. They had robes and house shoes. It was, all these things that I felt like they had to have to make it a good retreat instead of just focusing on, just making it nice. Like for me, it has to be big and a lot to
Okay,
matter.
sure. Makes sense. Karen, how about you?
Yeah, I think it's that same kind of thing. I'm either all in or all out, and the intensity, the less. But I also then have that expectation of others and get frustrated when they're not all in. Um, so I think that's kind of I guess the lust part is being fully committed and doing everything I can to make it successful type of thing.
Of
So
course, of course.
yeah.
Which type are you identifying most with right now, Laretha?
More so than 9, because what it says the peacemaker, I,
Uh-huh.
I'm not I'm not with the conflict.
Okay. So that
I would
that
rather,
feels
yeah, I would rather just, hey, just yeah, just let it go and go on to something else than the art, because I'm not with the conflict.
okay.
In order to keep the peace, yeah.
So how do you find yourself? Well, that's helpful. That's enough. Okay. Well, here are the virtues that we can develop to replace or to act instead of the vices: serenity, humility, veracity, equanimity, non attachment, courage, sobriety, innocence. I love that one. And right action. So let's explore what these mean. The virtues are the expansive, authentic states of being, our truest selves, that emerge when we transform our vices or passions through self observation and inner work. So we have to identify these things. These virtues represent our highest and truest capabilities, our God given gifts. There are four cardinal virtues in classical philosophy, which are prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. And they form a virtue theory of ethics. And the term cardinal comes from the Latin word cardo for hinge. And these four virtues are called cardinal because all of the other virtues fall under them and hinge upon them. So that's historically where this term comes from and the history of it. So let's look at the virtues by our type. They represent who we are in higher emotional awareness. They're expressed when we let go of our vices, of our personality, which is who we are in lower emotional awareness. When we're not aware of what we're doing, we're going to act more like out of our vices. As we grow and become more aware, we will act out of our virtues, which represent our truest, most authentic expressions of ourselves, and are always the complete opposite of the passions, which represent our less authentic egoic selves. So the path between vice and virtue requires us to observe ourselves, to have self-awareness, and to be committed to growing. And it's really lifelong inner work that help us move in this direction. So let's talk about the virtues of type 1. Virtue has two kind of aspects. One is a mental quality and one is an emotional quality in terms of the Enneagram. So the higher mental quality is holy perfection, and serenity is the higher emotional quality of a 1. And it means the undivided oneness of all at the core of our being without judgmentalness, which we experience in the body as calm, abiding, and a simple appreciation of differences. So, in other words, we can accept that the world is the way it is and its beauty and its oneness without expecting it to live up to certain expectations that we might have to put on the world or to put on people. In this case, when people have this serenity, this emotional quality of holy perfection, then all experience occurs without resistance, just as when we were little children. All positive and negative feelings occur without resistance, and anger abates, which is, of course, their vice. And this means we're in the natural flow of positive and negative experience, which gives us a non-judgmental perspective. In this state of being, it becomes impossible to intentionally hurt another human being, as love is all there is. So the ones move from anger to serenity and a state of holy perfection. Twos, which is my type, of course, move from pride to humility or freedom. Holy freedom is the mental quality, the higher mental quality, and humility is the higher emotional quality. And it means that the real needs of the person get met by a will greater than our own will, which creates the freedom for twos to be in the natural flow of giving and receiving without pride. We give just because we can, not because we're going to get something. And we receive for the same reason. And this, of course, is humility. We experience this flow in the mother infant nursing experience where both are nurtured in helping respond to tragedies and environmental disasters. We sense what is appropriate to give and to take, all of which provides congruence. We are free to operate without attachment to the needs of self or others. So true humility is simply being in the natural flow of giving and receiving. So there's this sense that we give and we receive in this natural flow of things. And we don't have to only give and we don't have to only receive, but we all get what we need in this freedom, this holy freedom through the humility that we have come to away after working through our pride. For type 3, and this is tough stuff, I think. It's a lot to take in. But for type 3, the higher mental quality is holy hope, and the emotional quality is veracity, which means things get done according to universal laws and the laws of God, not upon the sole effort of the individual 3 who thinks they have to do everything in order for it to come to success. And this provides hope for the future, which in turn allows for the expression of the 3's own true feelings. And this is also called veracity. And this natural unfolding is witnessed when we go out into nature, which allows for truly experiencing what really needs doing and what doesn't need doing. Thus, there's no going away from feelings, and hence no continuous go-ahead energy, and no self-deception takes place. And in this situation, and then only then, can there be a harmonious blend of doing and being, which is such a balance needed by a 3. 3s are very into doing, and being is often cut off from them. But in their rediscovering process, they have this hope of this veracity. And they will be able to be present to self and to others instead of always moving and never really present to anyone. The person that is healthy or integrated as a type 3 knows that love comes from the qualities of being, which further allows for the genuine expression of real feelings. So they move again from deceit to honesty with higher hope and veracity. Type 4s, their higher mental quality is holy origin, and their higher emotional quality is equanimity. And it means that in the original state of being, whole and complete connection existed in the moment with nothing of substance or importance missing. And so, and this need for equanimity continues, and this oneness of all creates this inner calm for a 4. And harmony can exist with what is present and appreciation for the positives in life and gratefulness can abound. And no particular emotion dominates, and the yearning is not pushing us, or desire is not pushing us, or envy is not dragging us. For fours, this longing the body moves appropriately into life's circumstances, and longing abates and goes to only those things that are truly worth pursuing. The infant in utero represents the physical example of this whole and complete connection. No, and then the person that helped me write this said, no wonder there is such a wail or sense of separation at the time of birth, because that whole completeness is there in utero. And then we have to come out in this world and be by ourselves and begin to figure out how we're going to get our needs met, and how we're going to live without yearning for what we used to have. Did I lose you, Laretha?
No, I'm still here. I'm trying, my tablet is about to die, and so I was trying to plug it up, so I have to lay it down to plug it up.
Gotcha.
I'm here.
Okay. For fives, the higher mental quality is omniscience, and the emotional quality is non-attachment, which means a direct or transparent inner knowing inside yourself. It is independent of thoughts and feelings, and is accompanied by the natural flow of universal energy, which provides ample energy for life. Infants exemplify this transparent knowing and natural flow of energy as they live only in the present moment, and they don't have cognition. Life energy flows freely from and to the self, and this is called non-attachment. And so consequently, we naturally move forward in life and toward nurturance, and not away from either in what plays out as avarice or what we feel we just can't live without or attain readily. There's an astuteness about what is required in life and what isn't. And we are able to experience life energy flowing freely from, to, and through the body without having to grasp onto it or hold onto it or clutch for it. So fives move then from avarice to non-attachment. Whoops. Let me get this moved out of my way here. Well, it's not going to do, is it? Okay, now it will. The higher mental quality for a 6 is holy faith. Faith encourages the higher emotional quality. And it means when we have this, that there's true faith in self and other, and the universe emerges, knowing that nothing destroys our essence. Our essence underlies all else. And our essence is really of God. So nothing destroys that. And this means that understanding or taking in that nothing, even death, can destroy the divine or higher qualities and the oneness that's at the core of all of our being. Faith allows for our meeting real danger with firmness of purpose, and this is termed courage. It means not magnifying danger and what could possibly go wrong, which sixes are so into. But when they have faith, sixes recognize responsibility for their own existence, and in the process become their own authority. Then sixes naturally face hazardous or fearful situations by going into them rather than away from them or against them. And the one way we see this in the world is the way parents protect their children when children venture into an unexplored situation, when a parent calmly and supportively walks at their side. So there again, we learn that sixes move from fear or anxiety to courage. Seven's holy work is a higher mental quality, and sobriety is their higher emotional quality. And this means that they embrace all of life without focused concentration, and they have the ability to travel the spectrum of consciousness fully and freely, which allows for them to stay in the present moment, which is really hard for sevens. Sevens want to be out dreaming and coming up with ideas. It's hard for them to stay put in the present. And when they can do this, this is termed sobriety. It means we embrace the present moment as it is, whether it's painful or joyful or pleasurable. And we embrace it with an open heart to both ourselves and others. Little children exemplify this in being fully present to what occurs, regardless of either delight or pain. Gluttony of the mind, as our way out of pain, or the seven's way, for endless future possibilities and adventures abate. Sevens are instead fully grounded, experiencing the full spectrum of life, including the many dimensions of their inner life. Then commitment to the full journey of themselves begins. And so sevens move from gluttony to sobriety or consistency. Now, eight's higher mental quality is holy truth, and their innocence is their higher emotional quality, which means knowing and embracing the essential truth that resides in all beings in each moment. And that's different from contacting just our own version of truth. This term, innocence, enables us to come freshly to each situation without prejudice or agenda or power motives. The exuberant energy that attunes to and responds to each situation and person comes back to appreciate the greater truth of the oneness at the core of being. So, proportionately, the application of our ample energy fits any given situation fitting any situation results. And this allows for our experiencing each person's truth as well as their boundaries, what actually enhances, not detracts from our own, as an eight, authentic power. And you can see this in children who eagerly explore the entire spectrum of life freshly with fullness, curiosity, readiness, and oneness, and openness. And so eights move from lust or excess to this beautiful innocence. And then nines, love this one. Their higher mental quality is holy love, and right action is their higher emotional quality, which begins with the blissful state of unconditional love and union, wherein everyone belongs and is loved equally, which then allows for the body to experience taking an action that is appropriate to any given situation, and an action that takes into account the self equal to, not more or less than, all others. So that inaction that nines are prone to moves away, and they are able to make and take right action. It entails our directly knowing which action supports our life and well-being and is for the highest good of all. And inertia toward the self as what's best for self disappears. It's for all. From this instance, empathy, care, and compassion radiate to everyone, including the self of the nine. There's acceptance as well as of self as well as other, and no judgmentalness. We take action appropriate and essential to each given situation and for all involved. So nines move from this sloth of self-forgetting to right action. So here they are: serenity, humility, veracity, equanimity, non-attachment, courage, sobriety, innocence, and right action. So I want to ask, and are you back yet? Laretha?
Yeah, I never left. I was just trying to let my tablet charge up.
Oh, okay. So we can't see you, but we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. When do you feel most fully yourself, connected to a sense of inner well-being? So let's all think about that and answer that. When do you feel most fully yourself, connected to a sense of inner well-being? Or maybe that's a question that we hope for, to feel fully ourselves, connected to a sense of inner well-being. I know there are several several things I can identify that give me that sense of inner well-being. One is preaching, one is teaching, and one is sharing the holidays with my family, whatever holidays they may be. I have a sense of inner well-being in those moments. And I have a sense that I'm fulfilling my purpose. And I think that's part of what that connection to inner well-being is for me, at least. Does that ring true for either of y'all, or any of y'all, or do you have other thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess I think of it as kind of life-giving, experiences or uh, yeah, I mean, I love leading a team of people
Mm-hmm.
and seeing them make an impact. And so it's like, yeah, when do I get to do that again, type of thing. So I enjoy teaching and leading a class. So yeah, it's like, yeah, when do I get to do that again? Because I guess
Mm-hmm.
that, so those would be examples.
That's great, Karen. Thank you. Kendra, how about you?
Well, well, I do
Oh,
enjoy working with children.
oh, Laretha, you do. That's good to know.
I do. I do. I actually enjoyed every summer. I used to be one of the teachers for Vacation Bible School,
Mm-hmm.
so I enjoy that, and I love singing. So those are some kind of
Those are places where you have this sense of inner well-being. That's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Kendra, how about you?
For me, it's help pushing people to what they want to do. Like if somebody comes to me with one of their dreams or aspirations, helping them to realize that.
Okay.
Uh, just even if it's just encouraging them to take the next step, that just makes me feel like I'm connected to who I am and what I'm supposed to do.
Oh, that's beautiful. So we know when we're in this place of inner well-being. Where does our energy get stuck in trying to control or fix things with our passion, our vice? And how can we invite ourselves into more ease with the virtue? So for me, helping, which becomes very clearly self serving and prideful, is eased when I remember that I don't have to give to everybody and fix things. That that's not really my job. That God's in control of all that, and that I simply have to give what I can give and trust that God is taking care of the world and me. So I give to others and I give to myself and I trust. And that brings me this sense of humility that I don't have to do it all. And I can't, reminds me that I can't. Kendra, how about you?
My energy gets stuck. Well, when there's anything that I can't control, so for instance, when I'm riding in the car with my husband, I my I am tense the whole time because again he's very laid back and to me his reaction time just is not fast enough. I'm like, don't you see they got on their brakes? He's like, they just got on their brakes. I'm slowing down. But since my body didn't feel him slow down, I couldn't trust that he slows down. Um so usually in those moments to try to fix it, I give him signals, you know, and but I'm trying to learn how to allow those tense feelings again to resolve themselves and dissipate without me grabbing the old man bar and or reminding him, hey, they're getting on their brakes as if he doesn't drive all day every day and know what that means. Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. Karen, how about you?
I think it kind of goes a little bit even to what you were saying is about there's so much injustice in the world and especially in the area of corrections and the legal system. And so, but it's always, I had a spiritual advisor who taught me the phrase of, asking God, well, what is mine to do?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't do it all. There's
Right.
so many areas. And so it's like, how do, what is mine to do? And knowing that God's gonna use somebody else to fix some of these other, or, work in these other areas. So.
Good point. Thank you. Loretha?
Actually, I don't have an answer for this question.
Okay, that's fine. How does your core virtue, and you think about what that is, um, feel like in your body and mind? Um, my core virtue, humility, I feel this kind of it's in my chest. It's not really in my heart, but it's this almost breathless sensation. It's not that I can't breathe, but that I feel like I don't need to breathe, maybe. Um, that's how humility feels to me. That it it's very much takes care of me, and I don't have to do anything for it to take care of me. Loretha, do you have a response to this one?
It's a core virtue. Not, I, I think the main thing is since I don't know what I am really, it's kind of hard for me to answer these questions because I don't understand, the virtues and the vices and all the different things. So
Okay.
it's these questions are difficult for me to answer. I'm sure
Okay.
there are, and I know there are answers, but I just can't answer those
That's
questions.
okay. Did you relate it all to what we said about the virtue and vice of the nine? I can go back to it if you want me to.
Yeah.
The right action, and which is the higher emotional quality of a nine, and the moving from self-forgetting to taking good and right action. Does that at all mean anything to you?
I think what's getting me confused is looking at the 9 on here and then going back to the other 9. So are they the same?
What other 9?
The 9 in your Enneagram. Are they
Yeah,
the
it's the
same?
same, but this is the way we grow. This is the challenge point for a 9. So, in other
Okay.
words, a 9 typically is self forgetting. That's sort of the part of the 9 that um, is the vice. And as you grow and or begin to be aware of your need to grow as a 9, then you begin to be able to make decisions and choices that are right action, filled with holy love.
But so what I think I was doing, what I'm doing is trying to separate the two instead of combining the two.
Right. It's
But
all
that's
part of
what's making it,
one.
yeah, that's what's making it hard for me to answer the question because I'm thinking they're two different things. Or after three. So yeah.
Okay. Well, think on it some more. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
So let's see who hasn't gone yet. Yes, Kendra.
Uh, for me, well, the innocence term, I know what innocence is, but hearing it as a virtue was new to me. So I'm glad you had the explanation because I was totally lost there. Um, but as you were going through the description, I thought about the times where I did show up to meetings and events without my own plan and agenda of how I wanted things to flow.
Okay.
And my I didn't have that tension that I normally have going into conversations where I feel like I have to move the conversation along. Um, so I felt relaxed and able to go with the flow of the conversation and the meeting and actually learn instead of pushing forward my own thoughts and ideas.
That's interesting. So part of what you need is to not be as prepared as you would normally be, it sounds like.
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Karen, what are you thinking?
I'm like Kendra. I just get kind of tripped up by the term innocence, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to like figure that out as to how that actually plays out. Um, so yeah, I need to think about that one more.
Let's look back at it. Um, so innocence has to do, as this describes it, with truth that is bigger than any individual truth we might have. So it's connecting to that bigger truth. Um, and so we come at others and all of creation without a sense of judgment or prejudice or wanting to take power or have power, that we feel just fine the way we are. We don't need more power. We have what we need. And all of these virtues are different ways of coming at the same thing. It's just letting go of the vice, letting go of the need for excess, and finding out that I don't need that because this world is beautiful and big enough for me, and and I don't have to hold on to the control, to the lust, to the excess. I can let that go and just be a part of the world of God's creation. Um,
So it's kind of like just being present, like it says, without an agenda, kind of thing, and just
exactly.
curious, open. Okay.
Very good. Yes. Thank you. One more. Why do you think your vice or your passion or your current pattern blocks you from experiencing this presence. So let's look at the vices for a minute. Gotta go. Here it is. Um, why do I think pride, or why do you think you each think lust, or why do you, Laretha, think sloth, numbness keeps you from experiencing this sense of gracious connection to God's presence and being present? I think for me, when pride is in control, that I forget about others and I'm only thinking about myself. And I think that keeps me from experiencing the humility and the grace and the presence and joy of my virtue.
Yeah,
In
so
the
I think
numbness,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
in the numbness for me,
Mm-hmm.
is the of fear, is the fear of being rejected or
Mm,
um, talked about, embarrassed,
mm.
hurt. That's, yeah.
So it blocks you from feeling this joy or this grace or the presence of God sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that, Laretha. That's very important to know.
So I think with the 8 is so it would go from being focused on control and making the impact to then, kind of at all costs, even if you have people carnage along the road type of thing. Instead, it allows you to let go of that control and let go of the impact and then being more present kind of thing. So
Wow. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. What are you thinking, Kendra?
Um, I'm I'm thinking, because I have to experience everything in a very intense and big way, it makes it hard for me to see God's goodness and grace in the small things,
Mm-hmm.
because it needs to feel big and feel intense for me to, I guess, feel it, yeah, and see it.
So your challenge is to look for the grace in the small things,
Yes.
to appreciate it there. Thank you. Well, here's a reflection and a question for us. For me, the question, well, these are questions we can ask our directees if they are of these types. For the one whose passion is anger and virtue is serenity, where can I allow imperfection today without needing to fix it? Can you see how that would relieve someone who is very into doing everything right? And where can I find peace in just being? For me, for twos, the helper who are prideful and have hope of humility, when do I feel indispensable, and how can I value my own needs without needing another's validation? For threes, the question to help them the achievers move from deceit or self deceit to honesty. When I drop the image, who am I? And what are my true feelings and needs in this moment? For type fours who are individualists and their passion is envy, or their vice is envy and their virtue is equanimity, the question is, how can I recognize my own inherent completeness rather than compare myself to others. For fives, whose passion or the investigator whose passion or vice is avarice or hoarding, and virtue is non attachment. Where am I holding back energy or knowledge? And how can I be more open handed and generous? Interesting question for fives. For sixes, whose are questioners and their vices or passion is fear and their virtue is courage, how does my fear of the worst case scenario show up? And what small, courageous action can I take now? Just one action can I take now? What a big help that is for a six. For our enthusiasts, the sevens, whose vice is gluttony and whose virtue is restraint or sobriety, when do I distract myself from difficult feelings? And what's one moment I can fully feel and process? How do I get present just for a little bit, just for a moment? For our eights, the challengers, the passion is lust or excess or control, and the virtue is innocence. The question is, how can I soften my intensity and allow for vulnerability and genuine connection rather than just taking charge? So the question I would say to the two of you that are eights is, what step could you take toward this softening of your intensity and allowing for vulnerability and general connection instead of taking charge? What's one step you could take toward that you may have not taken already? I know it's a tough question.
I think I'm, more prone to do that, just not in general, as much as like in a safe community of
Sure.
people. And so, like in the mentoring communities that I belong to, I'm much more open to be vulnerable there and to share more emotion and from my heart kind of thing. And I'm not in charge. Well, one of them, I lead it, but I also participate in it. And then another one, I'm a total participant. I have, you know, no authority, no, I don't take charge. So, yeah.
That's so important, isn't it, for eights to have places where they're not in charge and they can just be part of things. That's a good thing to say, Karen. Thank you. Kendra, have you thought of something?
Um, well, some things, two instances where I can say I have done that. The first we went to Costa Rica, and I'm scared of flying in planes. I had never flown before, so I told my husband, if we go, I have to shut down. Like I can't try to control anything because that's the whole reason I don't want to fly because there's no way for me to grab a bar and let the pilot know, hey, there's a cloud there. And so just having that conversation with my husband, in times where I know I have to shut down, that I'm fully trusting you that you're not going to let anything happen to me. And
Mm.
so I did that on the trip, and I did that when I did a ride along with him, because I knew I couldn't try to control that situation because he was at work. And
Hmm.
so I had to shut down my controlling ways and just fully trust him and God in that moment.
Good for you. Boy, that must have been hard.
It was. I slept for almost 2 days when I got back.
Oh, good
it
for
take it takes a
you.
lot of energy for eights to not take control.
Of course, of course. Thank you. And for our nine, our peacemaker, passion is sloth or spiritual sleep, another way to talk about it. An organization is another way to talk about it, being numb. And the virtue is right action or purpose. Um, The question for you, and I'm going to ask this to you, Laretha, what do I truly want? And what can I take one small step? How can I take one small step toward my purpose rather than merging with others? So, what's one thing you truly want in this time of your life?
I guess since it is the peacemaker, I will want peace for myself.
And what's one step you can take toward that for you?
Put myself first before others.
Ah, that is wonderful. And that's a huge step. Do you think you can do that today in a way, one way?
I can try.
Okay, that's fair. I hope
Yeah.
you will.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at we've got more questions for that we can ask. Um, let's move on to whoops, I'm going backwards. There's where I want to be. Tomorrow, we'll start at 9 again. We'll break at 10:30 after we've looked at mental and emotional habits. We'll have another centering practice and look at integration and the emphasis on community. And then we'll do a panel, just us, which is called a growth panel. And we'll spend 45 minutes together just looking at ways that individually we might grow. And we'll conclude that and discuss it. We'll have lunch, and then we'll come back for a very little bit of time, uh, and we won't go till 5. I'm sure of that. And one of the things that I've learned today from um, Dr. Crutchfield is that he needs us to change the dates on our independent study to read for the next semester instead of the January term. It's complicated. I don't understand it entirely. So we're going to resubmit those to him with the dates changed, and I'll help y'all with that, and we'll talk about that tomorrow. But I wanted to give you a heads up about that.
And is that the class that we're doing the end of January?
No, this is this class for this
This class.
particular class, and the one that follows us this week. The 2 classes for this week.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I have 2 appointments tomorrow. I may be just a little late at the 9 o'clock and the 1:30. But
Well,
I'll be
why don't we shift a little bit? What time do you think you can start?
oh, I mean I should be I'm hoping to be back by 9:15. So
Okay,
it's not like
let's
you
just say 9:30. That'll give
Okay,
you plenty of time. Okay,
that's
everybody,
okay.
9:30.
And then I should be back by 2.
Okay,
So
so let's do 9:30 and 2, and we'll probably lunch a little. Well, we'll adjust lunch as we need to.
okay.
So class at 9:30 in the morning, and then we'll adjust lunch. Okay.
Okay, very good. Well, I hope you all have a blessed evening and enjoy reflecting on what you've learned today. I know it's been kind of heavy this last part, but go back through it if you have a minute and just think about how true it is in your own life. And we will pick up in the morning.
Okay.
Good night.
All right, good night.